Imagine imagine we're on Earth and we're at a baseball game and the pitcher throws a ball and it goes straight. He throws a straight line, straight shot, fastball, strike zone right down home plate. Imagine not being able to tell what that ball actually did in reality. Like if there was somebody also watching it and they were on a roundabout and they're like, "Wow, man, that ball took a really curvy path," and it's like, dude, it only looked like it was curving because you were spinning on the roundabout. It actually went straight. Duh. And he's like, oh yeah, I see now. I jumped off the roundabout, and yeah, it is a straight ball. That is what it's actually doing. It was just because I was turning in the roundabout. It looked curved. Like that wouldn't be a valid reference frame to judge reality from if you're spinning on a roundabout, because things are going to look wonky because you're spinning. Like there could be a plane flying over you in a geodesic, and you'd be like, "Huh, that's weird. That plane's doing circles." It's like that plane's doing circles. Well, dude, step off the roundabout, and you'll see that the plane's going in a straight line. Like it's worthless to describe shit from the non-inertial reference frame because that's not what's actually happening. The actuality is in the inertial frame, the frame where we're still on the ground, and we can really judge what's going on. We can actually know if balls are thrown in straight lines or if things are straight or not. Like there's a test, and on the test is which way do the stars move through the night sky? And it's a multiple choice: east to west, north to south, west to east. But you're on a roundabout spinning, right? When you take the test, and they're like, "Oh, they're moving the opposite direction." So I'm going to put that answer because I don't know which one's real because I'm on a roundabout. It just doesn't make sense, man. We know shit looks all goofy. Newtonian mechanics fail because of this reference frame thing. That's where Newtonian mechanics fail. This spinning on a roundabout thing is so much of an issue. Physics doesn't work anymore. That's why the Coriolis force is a pseudo force because it's not actually real. If it was deviating from the straight line path, there would need to be a force moving the ball that way. There is no force moving the ball that way. It's just because you're spinning around underneath it on the roundabout. The ball's actually going in a straight line because there's no forces. That's what I mean. Like, I That's the route I should have used on him, the Newtonian thing. Because in order for that ball to move out of its straight line path, there needs to be a force put on it. That's why we know it's not actually deviating and it's actually going straight, because there's no force pushing it, moving it out of its straight line path. Oh, we'll try that, see how they react. It ain't gonna work. I already know. There's yeah. As far as clouds not falling, whoever wrote that in a text chat, MC Scorpio. Yeah, cloud weighs 1,000,000 pounds. It's more dense than the medium it's in. Why doesn't it fall? Gravity's supposed to be pulling it down. Like that's solids and liquids up there. That 1,000,000 pounds, that all that white fuzzy stuff, that white fluffy stuff you see, it's all solids and that's all solids and liquids right there. People think that's gas. There's a huge misconception. If you look at a cloud, you're like, oh yeah, that's gas. That's not gas. That all that shit you see, there may be gas there in the area in between the liquids and solids, but the stuff you're seeing, it's not gas. You can't see that gas. Water vapor, I don't know what kind of gas would it be. You're definitely not seeing water vapor. That's an invisible liquid. When you boil water and you see that steam come up, that white shit you see, that's not water vapor. You can't see water vapor. It's an invisible gas. Yo, what up? Yo, what up? How we doing, guys?
I don't think anybody's around.
What's
Doing
up?
good, man. How are you?
Good.
All aboard.
Slow day on Discord.
Yeah, I was busy a little bit earlier. I took a phone call. Everybody left when I got on my phone call for the last little bit, but we'll pick it back up.
Did Armbar figure out your model, or is he going to do it? Or
I don't know if he's gonna do it or not.
okay, seemed like he was ethically challenged.
He may do it. I don't know. That'd be neat if he does. It's not going to help anything in the argument, but it will be able to show people how useless the non-inertial frame is.
Yeah, I think maybe just like a GIF of the rotating merry-go-round and the different paths or something like that, just like drawn down, like you were saying, with a paintbrush or something like that.
I may try a new angle on the Globers because there's actual physics involved with this, like Newtonian mechanics break down because of these different reference frames. That's why they call it. That's why they call it a pseudo force. When the ball seems to deviate, they know the ball's not really deviating because there's no actual force that's put on it. The pseudo force part is the force that there would be placed on the ball if it was actually deviating that much. That's why it's a pseudo force. That's why we know what's actually happening, because there's no force actually moving the ball out of the way of its straight line path. It just appears that way.
Right.
So I may try the Newtonian route on him. I doubt that's gonna go good though.
How's this do for ballistics?
How's it do? What's up?
I'm just like, does this change bullet arguments at all, or what would you say that? Anything change with that? Or
I don't think so.
Because that's where we're talking about Coriolis as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it would change bullet arguments or ballistic arguments. It definitely changes. This definitely changes the idea that great circle routes are the shortest path when you're flying.
It's like pretty easy to measure the speed of a bullet, but seems a little harder to measure the revolution. Like if the bullet is spinning, it would be hard to kind of know how that's working. Maybe you could do it with like a super fast camera and a bunch of markings or something on it.
Yeah, I don't know what this does. My argument is that the plane should be flying. The plane should be flying like a ballistic because that's the shortest distance. Right? If they have to lead the target because of Coriolis, and the bullet has to travel this straight line path to the object and let the Earth rotate under it, then if the bullet were to say the bullet didn't shoot straight at the thing and it were to adjust the whole way and always keep a heading, say you had a magic bullet that could correct its course the whole way. If it corrected its course for the Coriolis the whole way, that would obviously be a longer distance if it was curving the whole way, because in the one instance, you're shooting it in a straight line path and the Earth rotates into the target.
Right.
I mean, maybe bullets could be helpful for this example. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there is a Newtonian sum basis, right? Because it's the explosive propellant.
Well,
right? It's moving weight, so whatever that kinetic is going to be equal to moving that bullet that fast. Yeah.
The Newtonian problem with this is that it starts breaking Newtonian mechanics, because in order for an object to move, there needs to be a force applied to it. So in order for if the ball, like say we throw a ball off a merry-go-round and the inertial frame is going straight, all the forces are working correctly, everything's good. When you view it from the roundabout now, things are not working good with Newtonian mechanics because the ball's curving. There's no force making the ball curve. You know what I mean? You need to have a force to make that ball curve. There needs to be some kind of force there. Otherwise, it's just going to go. An object in motion will stay in motion, unless acted upon by another force. And there's no force there when you're on the merry-go-round or the roundabout spinning. There's no force there. It's just an optical thing. It's an apparent deviation. Coriolis is an apparent deviation when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame.
Could that force be measured? Not calculated, but actually measured.
But it's a real force, Jeremy.
There is no force.
There is a real force. When you go around the corner in your car, the force that takes you to the outside of the turn is an apparent force.
We're talking about the Coriolis effect.
The same idea.
Let's stick to a ball on a merry-go-round. That way, it's a super easy example. We're all familiar with.
Yeah, except that we've told you that you're making errors in this explanation of yours.
There's not errors. If I throw a ball in a straight line, does it need a force applied to be able to move off of that straight line path?
It does.
Okay, when I throw the ball in a straight line, but you view it from a roundabout and it appears to be curving, we know there's no force because it's going in a straight line. And in order for it to go off that straight line, there would.
How do you know that?
The ball's going in a straight line.
You're observing it from the rotating reference frame.
We can observe it from both reference frames simultaneously with cameras. And we know that there's no force acting upon it in the one reference frame because it's going in a straight line. So there's no force there. And then you're saying a force magically appears when we start turning in a roundabout that is pushing the ball out of the way, even though it's not. And the other one, it doesn't.
That's what apparent force is.
It's totally incoherent. Stop interrupting people.
That's what an apparent force is.
Yeah, not actual. I know. Apparent,
no,
pseudo,
it's actual.
Not actual, not real.
Apparent forces are real forces.
So a pseudo force is reference frame dependent, and that is also true to the force where, as he said, if you're in a car and you turn and you go through the windshield, that's also reference frame dependent. So that's also a pseudo force. Would you say that is a real force or a visible force, or whatever term you use for an apparent
when the ball gets, I thought you were done. My bad.
Oh, change words.
Can you say the same thing over and over again, or?
Well, I was going to say, would you say that force, that if I'm driving and I turn and I go into the windshield, is that a?
I know you are going to say the same thing over and over again.
Or is that a real force?
Okay, let's stick to the ball in the merry-go-round example, please.
Jeremy,
that way
why are you
easy.
ignoring
the ball? You got to stop. You got to stop interrupting people.
Why are you ignoring this? You're not answering
multiple
the question
times every
that he
day.
asked you.
I'm saying let's stick to the one example. It's simple. It's the ball on the merry-go-round. It's the Coriolis force. And the car, nothing's rotating. You need a rotating reference frame.
Yes, you are. You are going around the corner. You are in a moving reference frame. So we're trying to trying to do here is we're trying to show you that an apparent force that is more, let's see, common, more you actually have felt, as opposed to this merry-go-round thing. And this is also an emergent force. It's an apparent force. Is it a real force? Well, I mean, you're actually physically pushed into the side of the car as you make that turn.
In order for the ball to go off its straight line path, there would need to be an actual force pushing it off its straight line path, right?
And you'd have to have an emergent force to explain that from the rotating reference frame. But
we can explain it from the rotating reference frame that it only appears to curve because we're rotating. We know there's no actual force pushing it out of the way because we can view it from both frames at the same time. And we can see that there is no force actually pushing the ball because it is actually going in a straight line.
Well, if you look at your car going around the corner from the God frame, if you will, up above, you'll also see the same thing. In the meantime, though, in your car, in the in the non-inertial reference frame, you are, or is that the inertial reference frame? I get mixed up. Anyway, from the reference frame in your car, you're physically pushed to the outside of the turn. There's a real force in that reference frame. It is an emergent force.
Now you can measure this force in the car, and you could also actually measure the force on the merry-go-round. It could be measured, not just calculated. It could actually be measured.
Yeah, you can't measure the force with the ball in the merry-go-round scenario, though, because the ball's going in a straight line. There is no force pushing it out of the way. It only appears to be a force on it because you're rotating.
That's the definition of emergent force. Welcome, Jeremy.
That's the definition of not a real force, because there is nothing actually pushing on the ball. There is no force there.
But again, from your reference frame in the car, is that force the outside real or not?
I just want you guys to know I'm not addressing any scenarios in the car because the ball example, stop interrupting. The ball example covers the scenario, the Coriolis scenario perfectly. We don't need to go to a car or a truck or a train or any of that.
Yeah, I know. We don't have to talk about apparent forces that you're actually familiar with.
I'm very familiar with the apparent force of the Coriolis force, as in with the ball and the merry-go-round example. So if we could please just stick to that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, let's not talk about apparent forces that you actually have better, if you will, feel for.
We're not talking about apparent forces in general. We're just talking about this one specific apparent force,
which is a real force from the rotating reference frame.
This apparent force of when the ball seems to deviate, but we know it's not actually deviating because we can view it from both frames. In the one frame, the ball's going straight. There is no force. In the one frame, the ball's going straight. There is no force pushing out of the way. It's following Newtonian mechanics perfectly. It's going in a straight line. There's no forces pushing it left or right. It's only when you get on the merry-go-round and start spinning that the ball looks like there's a force being applied to it, but we know there's actually not, because we know there is no force because we can see it going in a straight line.
From the reference frame on the merry-go-round, though, you have to invoke a emergent force in order to explain it. Like the guy posted here with the turning thing in the, what is this, like a hockey puck or something? I mean, that's going in a straight line, but to you on the rotating reference frame, it's the same way with your car. Your car does not have that apparent force, that emergent force is not a real force, but you can definitely feel it. It's the same.
I'm not addressing the car scenarios.
I'm only
addressing the ball and the merry-go-round scenarios.
I'm not.
Of course not. Don't talk about emergent forces that we actually understand.
Dude, stop, man. Yo.
I'm not going to bring up the
man.
car.
My wife's going to be home in a minute anyways. You guys are do whatever you want.
I'm not going to bring up the car, but I'm going to say that is a centrifugal force and a centripetal force. Are those real forces or not? Are those real?
We're talking about the Coriolis force. Let's stay on topic. The ball, the merry-go-round, the Coriolis force.
Right. All three of these, Coriolis, centripetal, centrifugal, are those real forces? Or only one of them?
Just talking about the Coriolis force right now, please. Let's stay on topic. The ball, the merry-go-round, Coriolis force.
Okay. I see. You want to ignore the one that actually proves you wrong. I see. That's fair.
I know. I don't want to ignore anything. I just want to stay on this topic in this scenario so that we can easily prove that there are no actual forces on the ball. It only appears like there's a force pushing it sideways because you're rotating.
Exactly. That's an apparent force. Welcome. Yes.
And yes, not actual force.
We just explained you another.
There is no force there.
We just explained you another apparent force that you're probably well more familiar with, that you can feel, but you can say, "Oh no, when I go around the corner, I'm not me," because I know better for looking from the up above reference frame that this is only an emergent force. It's not real. I'm not going to be shoved to the side of the car.
So we're all clear when we see the ball deviating from a straight line path that we know it's taking because we're spinning on a merry-go-round. We know that there is no actual force there pushing the ball out of the way. There's no real force there pushing the ball out of the way.
From your reference frame, though, you have
from any reference frame. There's no forces don't magically appear because you change the reference frame.
We just talked about one. We just talked about one. An emergent force, Jeremy. The force taking you the outside of the turn is not a real force. It is an emergent force in your reference frame of the moving car.
Yeah, so we're looking at it from the inertial frame. The ball's going in a straight line. There's no force pushing the ball. Now, all of a sudden, we look at it from the... Stop interrupting.
I agreed with you for a
I'm
change.
timing you out. I'm timing you out, bro.
I agreed with you, goddammit.
I'm not doing this. Whatever, man. Go ahead, man.
I fucking agreed with you.
Now that Jeremy's accepted the truth.
Yeah, or I just don't want to deal with you guys. It could be one or the other. We don't know.
No, you accepted the truth.
Chilling like a villain.
So, Jeremy, is that ball going straight or is it going curved?
If you view it from the inertial frame, it's going straight. We know there's no forces on it. Do right away.
I know, but I'm viewing it from the rotating reference frame.
Okay, you're viewing it from the rotate. We have two cameras recording it in both spots. We can see from the inertial frame, it's going in a straight line, and there are no forces pushing it out of its straight line path. Then you view it from the roundabout. Dude, stop, man. Then we view it from the roundabout, and it looks like it's deviating, but we know there's no forces on it pushing it out of the way because we can see it going in a straight line. If there was a force there pushing it out of its straight line path, it wouldn't be going in a straight line path anymore. But we know it's only because you're on the roundabout that it's doing this deviation.
That's correct. That's the definition of an apparent or an emergent force. Yes.
Okay, so not a real force. There's no real force there pushing it out of the way. We know. That was my whole point this whole time, and you finally agreed to it. Thanks.
It is on the rotating reference frame. It's a real force. Again, that car pushing you to the outside of the turn, that is an emergent force. It's not a quote unquote real force.
There's no real force pushing it out of the way. It's only an apparent force,
which is real in the rotating reference frame.
It's not real. You can't have a real force in one area. There's an area of the universe. There either is or isn't a force there. You can't say there is a force and then there isn't a force depending on where you look at it from, because there either is or isn't. It's a dichotomy.
No, it is a dichotomy, exactly, because you're observing from the rotating reference frame. Again, turning your car. Last time you were in your car, you made a sharp turn.
Not acknowledging the car, not doing the car.
Yes, because that's also an emergent force, Jeremy. That is also a reference.
It's not relevant.
Force.
It's not totally necessary relevant. To change scenario.
Totally relevant. Totally. Because that's an emergent force. I'm trying to go to a place where an emergent force where you have felt it. And now you're saying that force is not real. If I were to drip paint from that ball, it would make that curlicue path across the merry-go-round. Trying to explain how that path is made from the merry-go-round, I would have to invoke a apparent force, an emergent force.
there's an area of the universe where something's moving. There either is a force being acted on it, or there's not a force. That is a dichotomy, right?
That's because
Can we
it's an
agree?
emergent. That's
Can we
because it's
agree
an
on that?
emergent. Yeah, except that it is a real force in that reference frame, Jeremy.
Just let's be clear. There's
It's
an
a
area.
non-Newtonian. I'll agree with you. It is a non-Newtonian force. That is a so-called pseudo force. You know, an emergent force that emerges in the rotating reference frame. Exactly.
So we know that in reality, there's no force on the ball, right?
From the rotating reference frame, there is a force. Again, are you telling me that when you're in your car and you make a sharp turn, that pseudo force, the emergent force that pins you to the outside of the car,
Not
that's
doing the
not
car
real?
thing.
It's
Not doing the
exactly
car
the
thing
same
with you.
thing. Of course not, because it destroys you, because that is
It
an
doesn't.
emergent force.
No.
Yes, it does, because that's also an emergent force. You have felt this emergent force. It is a real thing.
And the example of the ball and the merry-go-round and the Coriolis force, it's absolutely not. There's a spot in the universe where something's moving. There are forces on this thing. There either is a force pushing it to the left or the right, or there isn't a force pushing it to the left or the right. Right? That is a dichotomy. Is that correct?
That's why you're correct.
Okay. Can we move on from there,
no,
please?
we're not going to move on, because in the rotating reference frame, there is an emergent force that is causing this movement. If you're in the rotating reference frame, this force is real as anything else. It is non-Newtonian. It is emergent. It is, if you will, pseudo force. That's why they call them pseudo forces. They're not quote unquote real Newtonian forces, but you have to invoke them to explain them, like you see that thing that Extremis is posting, that white line he puts on it. It's moving in a straight line in the non-inertial, in the inertial reference frame.
So yeah, the whole thing with the forces is that there can't be there either is or isn't a force pushing the ball out of the way, right? There can't be a force because you're looking at it in one thing, and then there not be a force because you're looking at it in another thing. That's not how forces work. That's why they call it a pseudo force. That's why we know. That's why they call it a pseudo force from the non-inertial reference frame, because they know there is no actual force on it, and it just looks like that because you're rotating. That's how we know what the real frame is, because there's no forces on the ball and it's going in a straight line.
And so Jeremy was like, reference frames, schmeference frames. That's where I heard last.
I mean, yeah, obviously there's a dichotomy going on. There either is or isn't a force acting upon the ball, making it move sideways, meaning left or right. And you know, there either is or there isn't. That's the dichotomy. So when we see it go straight and we know that there's no force acting on the ball, it's going in a straight line, we know that no force there. Then when you see it deviate because you jump on a roundabout, we still know there's no force there. It just looks like there is.
But to explain it from the rotating reference frame, you have to have one, don't you? And it's not fake; it's real in that reference frame. Again, the car. You don't want to talk about the car.
It's not real in that reference frame. Forces can't be there and not be there. It's either a real force or it's not a real force.
It's not a real force. It's an emergent force. It's a reference frame dependent force.
Well, you picked the third option.
I'm not interested.
You're like, it's an emergent force. You're like,
Yeah.
it's a different kind of force.
It's an emergent force. It's a pseudo force.
Is that a force or not a force?
Well, I hate to use pseudo force among flat earthers because you guys hear pseudo and think fake. But again, you know, turning your car, going around a sharp corner, that force to the outside is a emergent force.
It's like
it's a very real.
It's
a very real force. I don't use the word pseudo force among flat earthers because you guys hear
pseudo is
and
better.
think fake. No, because it's not fake though. It's a real force. It's an emergent force. It's a reference frame dependent force. It's a non-Newtonian.
So it's swayed. It's swayed by other forces. It's pseudo. Thank you.
No, it's a real force though.
You're pronouncing it wrong.
I don't call it a pseudo force because around here, no, I call it an emergent force because it's a real force.
Emergent.
Yes.
Emergent force.
A reference frame dependent force.
It springs from the other forces. It's like its own.
No, it springs from the fact that the reference frame is non.
So it's a conjectural force. Conjecture.
No, it's not conjectural. It's real. Like that again. If you've ever made a sharp turn in your car, that force the outside, that's not a real force.
A car. I've driven one of those.
Yeah, and if you've
making
done
a sharp turn. Yeah. What am I getting? Centripetal force. Yeah.
Yeah, that force. Yeah, that's an emergent force.
Emma, what are you feeling? Like fluid? You're soft
that's
body.
Not a real
right?
force.
You're not made of. You're not a rigid body structure, right? You're not made of rock.
That's not a real force.
You're not a rock man, are you?
That's not a real force, though.
Are you Gravelon?
So when you say that forces can't be real, yet you admit that this force, you feel it. So is it a real force or is it not?
You don't feel like fluid moving like it does, like in a.
Yeah, like your whole body moves to the outside of the turn, depending on how sharp and how fast you take it.
Your whole body does?
Yeah, yours doesn't.
Your whole body does?
Sure, you take it really fast and really
I'm
sharp.
less massive than you. I must have less mass.
Is that centripetal force or the Coriolis force?
What's that?
The car turns, you slide into the door. Is that centripetal force?
Which is an emergent force.
Is it Coriolis force that we're talking about, or is it some other force?
That's also an emergent force.
So not the force. I know you do this all the time. We're talking about one force or one thing, and then you want to switch to a different thing.
Right. I'm trying to get you into an emergent force that you know exists, and you've actually.
Do you think that this is because this is how you have to explain things, or this is because how your actual brain works?
No, this is how I have to explain things to people.
Can you just tell me how
can
you just be brain working like from your own standpoint or perspective? You don't need to.
Your brain isn't working though. Yeah, your brain isn't working when you deny emergent forces.
I think that's a presumption that maybe
like a presumption.
Unusually effective in fucking up any kind of meaningful conversation.
No, your brain isn't working when you deny
your presumption forces. that I cannot understand you as the way you're thinking your thoughts.
You don't because you're sitting here denying.
You don't have to put it in the puree and fucking spoon feed it necessarily.
Actually, I do because I have to take the simple stuff. And especially with Jeremy here saying there's no preferred. There's no preferred.
It's just like it just opens up the category of what I call sleight of hand magic, right?
Yeah, one at a time, guys. We can't hear anything.
Yeah, I'll continue. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's like sleight of hand magic, the way you kind of like interchange like one definitional set for another, and then try to presume that you've conquered the argument. Thank you. I'm done talking.
Well, I was trying to get into an emergent force that you felt, and that is not a real force, yet you feel it as though it were a real force. When you turn your car around, that is an emergent force.
That's a sensation and perception.
Is it real? Is it actually pushing you outside of the turn?
Why are you pressing this? This is a different category of
it's the same. It's an emergent force.
How
about you ever been to the tilt-a-whirl?
Please speak to what's germane on the topic and not try.
Have you ever been to the tilt-a-whirl? That force forcing you against the wall? That's an emergent force too. That's not a real force.
Gravitron. You think that's we're not talking about that. We're talking about the frame measurement. You know what I mean? In its relative distances and transits. I think that's what Jeremy's talking about.
No,
Jeremy's perceptual factor. I don't think that's what he's getting into right now. He's talking about a meter stick. I think that's what he's talking about. Something that goes a meter. He's talking about a meter. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, he's definitely not talking about what you're on about there.
Well, he's talking about emergent forces. He's talking about reference frame dependent forces, and he's denying the fact that they exist because from another reference frame they don't exist.
Within Coriolis, right? I mean, I'm just
the same thing happens with centripetal force.
Repeat his argument. He's been doing a great job all day at like just saying one thing to have everybody else try to avoid like answering him. Is it because you think his questions are that like obtuse or something?
Yeah, no, his questions aren't obtuse. He is being obtuse, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that's just personal attack. I don't think that.
No, it's not a personal attack. He's been explained. This has been explained clearly many times.
Well, I feel like other characters are being obtuse. I mean, do
you see the diagram I just posted?
Is that reference frame dependent?
Did you see the picture I just posted?
I feel as though you're being obtuse on purpose. Is that reference frame dependent? Do other people not feel this way? It seems that there's some other people that agree with me, and possibly one of them is Jeremy.
Do you see the picture I just posted?
No. I'm not going to something else. I'm going straight at you right now.
This is what Jeremy's talking about, though. This is the Coriolis force.
It's objectivity and gamesmanship. That's what I see more than
right. And you see how it goes in a straight line when you go to the inertial reference frame. Yeah,
I'm just making a
general reference frame. It goes in a circle.
I'm not even speaking about this drawing right now because I haven't taken a look at it yet.
Oh, hold on, real quick. There either is a force or isn't a force acting on the ball, moving it in a left or right direction. Okay, it's a dichotomy. Me changing observation locations isn't going to make a force appear or disappear on the ball because it's either there or it isn't. It doesn't matter where you look at it from. We're clear on that, right?
You're correct. On real forces, you're correct. There is no real force. The same real force.
Okay, that's been my argument the whole time. There's no real force there. I know.
That's correct, but there is an apparent force. There is an emergent force.
Not real. Yeah, not real force. There's a not real force there. Great.
But then again, in that reference frame, it feels like a real force.
But we know it's not. It feels like
it's not. Again. So you're saying
it's not because there either is or isn't a force there. It's a dichotomy. We know that there's not a force there, and the ball's actually going in a straight line because there's no forces on it. That's how we know.
In a straight line. So you're telling me that the picture I posted that ball is actually going in a straight line, and the rotating reference frame there, it's going in a freaking circle. You know, you can say, "Oh, I'm not being pulled to the outside of the turn when I make a sharp turn in my car," but yet you do it every damn time.
Is that centripetal force or Coriolis force?
That's centripetal force. It's also an emergent force.
Okay, so we're talking about Coriolis force, not that force. I know you want to change topics. I know you want to change topics and talk about some different force or different effects.
Jeremy.
No.
You always want to change.
We're talking about emergent forces.
No, yes, we're talking about the Coriolis force, not the centripetal force or some other force. We're talking about Coriolis force.
The whole objective.
You're talking about emergent force. I'm talking about the Coriolis force,
which is an emergent force, which you don't understand. Again, now
I absolutely understand the Coriolis force 100%.
No, you don't.
Perfectly.
Do you see the picture I posted? The one
but
with the
then
ball?
It is not an equality for centripetal force.
Do you see the picture I posted, Jeremy, of the guys on the rotating table pushing that ball on or whatever it is?
Oh man!
Jeremy, do you see that?
You know, they just loop us in circles all fucking day. I'm not interested.
I mean, I can't. He won't even let me like attack the fact that what his gamesmanship is here.
I mean, that's not gamesmanship. This is
absolutely.
facts.
I'm left or right gamesmanship. I'll point it out when I see it.
It's not gamesmanship. This is I posted a video which you guys refuse to look at because it guts your argument. In the non-inertial reference frame, looking from above, this whatever it is, ball-like thing, travels in a straight line. Yet from the rotating reference frame, it travels in a circle. That's because there is an emergent force in the non-inertial reference frame. Why do we call it non-inertial reference frame? Because the laws of inertia don't apply.
Well, then I'm not going to call it out anymore.
Adam, no. Come on, time for night. Time for night.
Good night, shield team.
All right. Like the shit I'm saying is objective. It's clear cut. I'm not saying anything weird.
No, you're just wrong. That's all.
I'm not wrong. I'm saying straight facts about the Coriolis force, Coriolis effect. Everything I've said so far has been a straight fact.
No, everything you say is you deny the fact that the inertia that a emergent force can be felt like a real force. You think that there is some sort of preferred reference frame, which there is not.
But it's not a real force. And we know it's not a real force because the ball's going. Yes, and you know why we know it's not a real force and only looks like it's a real force? Because we know the ball's actually going in a straight line in the inertial frame.
I think there's probably a way to describe it where it is not emergent whatsoever. You know, and that's what I was trying to get with fluid dynamics and stuff like that. With the
it's not that difficult. You don't need to get into fluid dynamics. Jeremy, you are correct.
It does fucking have something to do with it. Come on.
There's not a real force. There is, however, a reference frame dependent emergent force. These forces are real.
You can't. No, it's not real. You just said it's not real, and then you said it's
these
real.
Forces feel like
double spoken like 5 seconds.
These forces feel like real forces inside the non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but we know they're not. We know they're not real forces.
Well, fine, you can say they're
and that's
not
why
real.
We call. You said they're not real. You agreed with me 5 minutes ago. You told me correct. They're not real forces.
However, they feel
and we
like
know
real
it's
forces.
Not real. And they feel like it, but it's not a real force. And we know it's not a real force because there's no force acting on the ball. Hold on, man. We know there's no force acting on the ball moving it left or right. And we call it a pseudo force in the non-inertial frame because we know there's no force there because it's not actually curving because the inertial frame is the reference frame of what's actually happening.
No, in the rotating reference frame, it's actually happening and there's actually a emergent force. This emergent force feels like a real force. Again, when you go around that corner, that force the outside is a pseudo force, but yet you feel it as though it were real because.
Oh my God! I'll be back later, maybe.
Do you not feel it?
Can you imagine yourself like you're taking the turn?
Hold on
right?
a second. Snacks, please.
He
snacks,
just left.
Please. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Snacks,
he's
please.
Not doing the thing with you.
Stop interrupting me, Snacks. You're interrupting me.
No, he's not there
interrupting
anymore.
me on
no,
purpose.
it's your conversation's over. But imagine like you're going around the turn, right? No, but imagine you're going around your turn, right? And you're there with me, and you're holding a cup of coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you at all worried that that's gonna spill out of the cup? Like you just that
coffee will probably splash out of the cup, or go to the outside.
It's possible,
like everything
right?
else in the car.
But that's because like fluid dynamics, right? Because it's a bunch of jangly molecules just drifting around in there, and then they're hitting little reflection points and stuff around. But what makes you think that you're any different than that cup? You are a cup of coffee, is what I'm trying to say.
If you have a baseball,
you're made of a baseball.
A bowling ball.
Maybe your brain is.
If you have a bowling ball,
it might be a bowling ball.
Your bowling ball will also travel to the outside of that curve. It has
nothing to do with but that's a solid, right? But like within a container, the fluid's going to slosh around. It's going to cause a little bit of. It will have different characteristics
it's mass. It has to do with mass. It doesn't
because it's in motion. I think its barycenter is probably like variable. Like
barycenter. Fuck, you don't know what you're talking about now.
So you think it's center of gravity,
just
right?
Throwing out words.
It's center of gravity. Is that more
center of gravity?
You?
You're just throwing out words that you don't know what the fuck they mean.
Barycenter is not center of gravity. balance
You're
point.
throwing out words that you don't know what
It's
they mean.
center of balance. Can I say center? These are all synonyms. That's
It
fine.
makes no sense. What you're saying makes
But
no
you
sense.
do
You're
understand what I'm saying,
vomiting
right?
out words.
This is why you fear the coffee.
I don't fear the
spilling out of your
coffee
cup, right?
because it's about mass. It's not about liquid. It's not about being in
No,
a state.
this is like a law of conservation of momentum and liquids,
Which has
it's
nothing to
different
do with
because they're
being
not
liquid.
fixed points of contact, and they're going to slosh around in containers, just like your blood in your body. And this is why you feel blood rushing to places when you're in motion.
It has to do with mass.
You
it has nothing to do
idiot!
with liquid.
Come on,
Because
man! It's like going on a roller coaster.
Solids behave
Seriously.
just the same.
How about a free fall? Like you're going to feel your blood rush to certain places.
Has nothing to do with that.
Okay, well, you don't have blood, so what am I talking about?
It's nothing to do with that.
You don't have blood, bro. No, you're a bloodless creature of extraterrestrial origin.
Liquid. This is a red herring you just made up.
Yeah, you're no, I'm telling you the truth.
You're making shit up.
No, because you're making shit up, trying to like no with your
shit. You're throwing
I'm
shit
trying
against the screen to see what sticks.
to take out the underpinnings of your false comparison here. Trying to compare going around a turn with Coriolis force in Jeremy's example.
Emergent forces.
Oh, emergent force is just called fluid dynamics and density.
No, it had nothing to do with either of those topics.
Yeah, well, the emergent forces will be different for fluids than solids.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
All right. Because within a container, like a fluid's gonna just reflect off of, the shape of itself. You know what I mean?
You need to drink the fluid in front of you. My guess it isn't coffee.
What are you talking about?
Well, you obviously are drinking something.
I'm certainly not.
Well, you should be because you're not making any sense.
Shut the fuck up. Accusations like that.
You're not making any sense. It's nothing to do with the fact it's in a fluid state.
What does not make sense? You just don't understand.
Of course.
What I'm trying to say.
You're coming up with
because I know what I'm saying makes perfect sense, and it's part of the
to you, yeah.
But part of the gamesmanship and strategy on your side is to like make the other person feel as though they're stating something as plain as day, and that the other person can't.
It has nothing to do with being liquid.
It is part of it. It is part of the strategy of your side, but I may not be making sense. That's fine.
You're just making shit up. This is the strategy
I'm not
of your
making
side.
shit up. No.
Yes, it is. Just like everybody else, you just make up some shit and hope it's throw it against the screen door.
That's fine. Maybe somebody else there's somebody out there who knows something about water, and they can tell you about how it moves around. Maybe I'm incorrect as far as my description. You are. But there may be somebody who's more outspoken in the community that can get on this. I don't know.
If I could just pour some gasoline on you two guys and watch you burn, it'd be cool.
Hey, Dan, I wouldn't pee if you were on fire. Trust me.
Save the water. Water is precious. So why did you run yourself off from Gems, Shill?
Oh, yeah, they got Rob Noxious in there. He's almost as bad as Pete.
Yeah, he's tough to listen to. It misses, believe it or not, it misses something when you're there. There isn't that sort of like rhythm between, like, let's say you and Jin, where neither of you are listening to each other, but you're both going and going.
I try my best not to go in when Jin's there. The problem is, if you don't go there when Jin's there, when Pete's there, when Chemo's there, when Obnoxious is there, you can't go there very often because these guys like dominate the shows for hours at a time.
So you're really more of a Joby and Pete kind of guy?
Joby is just a fool. He's easier to take. He doesn't, he doesn't drone on like Jin or Pete.
And Johnny?
Oh, no, I forgot Johnny. Yeah, I have to add Johnny to the list too.
What do you think of the fact that those guys don't come around, flat earthers, and they only spend time with you?
Well, that's because Jem doesn't shut him down. I mean, I've seen Jin. Is he here or is he in Tartaria? He comes in, and he's well behaved because he knows that if he gets out of hand, that he'll be modded. He doesn't get modded in Jin's.
Are you learning to behave so you can stay here?
Well, there's a double standard in a lot of flat Earth rooms where flat Earthers can do stuff that I do, and I get muted, but they don't.
You don't think that happens to flatties when we go elsewhere?
Oh no! I mean, look at Jem. He lets Pete, Johnny, Chemo. Who's else on that list?
That's because you guys have nothing to say. The whole room's about flat earthers coming around. You guys have nothing to say.
That's Jem's thing.
I didn't talk to you since the rocket launch, huh?
Did you see it?
Yeah, but it went into the clouds pretty quick. But it was pretty dramatic. It was like super orange red, looking. It was real colorful and real long. The flame was real long.
I saw pictures of the one from a few years ago. I think it was 2017. They did
you see it prior to separation?
No, I didn't see it. I mean, I only saw it on camera.
But did you see it prior to separation? Because I don't think anyone noticed it till separation.
Right, and and separation and the venting where it caused it. And the thing about it was just after dusk. It was during rush hour, so that the cloud up above was still in the sun, but everyone down below was in the dark. So I mean, it looked spectacular. I knew what it was immediately, but I could just see people. I mean, they got all sorts of car wrecks and stuff. People in California like, whoa, look at that! Poof! Oops.
They've always done it that time of day. I think it's just because it looks cool. To tell you the truth. They used to always do it when I grew up. And I guess they blow up a lot because there was some dramatic, like oil and water kind of look in the sky often. Rainbow colors.
They're getting better now. They're not blowing them up quite as much. It's been a while.
I think because they got these smaller engines, the Falcon 9's 9 small engines, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens. I don't know how many of them can fail and still meet parameters.
The one before Dart didn't. They blew up in the air. The one before the one they called Dart. I can't remember why.
There was one a week or so ago. The one that was 3D printed. They launched from Kennedy.
Yeah.
The second stage failed, but by the time that failed, it was like a couple hundred miles downrange.
Oh, maybe one day they can actually go to the moon.
Yeah, next year.
Well, it gives them plenty of time for production work. 60 years, you can make a good movie. You think they'll show us any of the shit sitting there?
What's that?
You think they'll show us any of the stuff up there?
Yeah, why not?
Well, because they don't usually.
What do you mean they don't usually?
For instance, they don't show the 11 landing site because the flag got knocked down. So
no, they don't show the 11 rocket site because they actually have shown it from the lunar orbiter.
If I asked you to show me that, would you?
Oh fuck!
I knew it.
Okay, hold on a second.
No, just tell me. Is it something you believe?
Hold on.
Something you believe or something you've seen?
Oh, it's something I've seen. They have Apollo 11 landing site pictures.
So I heard the flag got blown over when it took off.
That is one of the theories.
So they're not proud enough. They're not proud enough to show it.
Well, I mean, you can. What do you want? What are you gonna see?
Dude, you couldn't see.
Just the most famous travel site in history.
Yo, from the LRO, you couldn't see shit as a fuzzy pixel.
Here, let me.
And we've already demonstrated the LRO footage was fake. They had the square around the Earth and shit. It was all photoshopped in. It's so fake.
I know this incredulity. I gotcha.
We analyzed the footage. No, not incredulity. We analyzed the footage, and it's fake as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You heard Jeremy. You suck.
I know. We analyzed the footage. It's incredulity, I guess. Yeah.
So now we have like an official NASA punching bag here. That's not really fair. It's too easy.
If you want to get looped in circles all day, yeah, go ahead.
Gotta bring some help in here, Shell.
He can loop us in circles fine all on his own. I mean, what, you know?
He is
right,
the king of and then that's all he says. Like he accuses us of saying and then he's the one that says it all the time. We should make a nuh-uh song called like the Baller Song. Well, Jeremy, I'm out of Flat Earth jail.
You're never in jail, Dan. You were never in jail.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. You think them guys are going somewhere in the future, or what do you think? Why do you think you're in jail?
I've been blacklisted everywhere for a couple of years.
By a couple of YouTubers?
No. Yeah. By Karen B, David Weiss, and Bob Nodell, and Mark Sargent.
I heard Mark Sargent's a huge agent, big time.
I don't think so, man. I really don't. I talked to him yesterday. I do not think so.
I mean, I don't know jack shit about him, so I don't really have a dog in the fight, but
he's got me totally fooled, if he is. Totally fooled.
Seeing what just happened in this Discord arena, a lot of people are easily fooled.
Why? What just happened? Did I miss
just
something?
some things that happened. No, you were here for it.
I don't know. I mean, under scrutiny, people look like they're, nefariously involved, but it seems like we're all kind of on our own. There isn't really a plan, at any level. That's why Austin's trying so hard.
I don't know. Who's trying hard? I mean, this is where the discussion's happening, right? Is there discussions happening somewhere else that I'm not aware of?
Everywhere. Yeah.
Where's the conversation, the debate, the opposing views? Like, where's that all happening at? Other than here?
Kind of everywhere you go, really.
And with a voice chat and all that, where?
Well, there's 3/24/7 ones.
There's like 20 people, 30 people. There's like 30 people in there max sometimes. Where's the actual? Where that's all we got?
Well, if you don't include Jim,
this shit ain't happening. This shit ain't going down for real nowhere, dude. These people got that thousands of subs. I mean, I don't know. Bring them in. Then we can have some real convos with all the people. I mean, as of right now, we're all split up and fragmented. Even more so now than ever from the recent events.
What did I miss? I don't see any fragmentation right now. I see actually grouping.
There's some people at 24/7. There's some people here. There's some people at Gems. I mean, other than that, where's the conversation happening?
I don't know. I see 3 tiers of conversation. I see sort of 101 and drunkenness happening at 24/7, and then here is a general debate, and it's been very regular, for a couple of years, and the Shane's crowd sort of tries to be a little, not necessarily deeper, but they don't get involved in debate. It's not, really what
Shane's crowd doesn't get involved in debate. He came up off having Fight the Flat Earth on his shit every week.
Yeah, but that was for fun.
What the fuck?
That was for fun.
Dude. Yeah, I know.
No, so they have fun. We don't have fun here. They have fun.
Okay, so where's the conversation happening, though? There's tens of thousands of flat earthers, right? We're all fragmented all over the place. Where's the actual combo going with all the people? It's not happening, Dan, because nobody's trying to even make that happen. I don't know. These people got thousands of subs. Why don't they make a room, get all the people in there? Let's go. So we can all sit down and do a little powwow session and talk things out. It's been the same 30, 40, 50 of us every day in here. Like, I don't know. Nobody's bringing no new people in. I don't know.
All right. I talked to Gio about it last night. Okay, here's what you do. Okay, you have a guest hour and maybe a expert hour in the day. Let's say 12 noon, something like that, right? And you force everyone to go bring a guest, bring somebody. It's the guest hour, bring someone to say hi. And we force everyone to bring someone around during the guest hour or to go out and get an expert on something, anything. But it's going to be, if we have a guest / expert hour, it'll be easier to invite someone, and it's like, oh yeah, just come by and say hi, because this is our group and we really like to, meet people. And you can do a short meet and greet, and it's within that hour, and it doesn't have to be like specific to them by name or an event, but there's an excuse we have to invite people. It's like, yeah, we always have guests at 12 noon. You should please, come by. And so that's one of the tricks I was talking about with Gio as to how to maybe do that. And then with some of the events that he wants to do, I was trying to suggest that he keep them under an hour, and that way they're good podcasts and he doesn't have to edit. So it'd be nice to, even if we had like a mini debate or something, to keep it within an hour. So it has to like have a pace instead of 2 days, the way we'll take to talk about something. Sort of like boom, 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 and then that way he'll end up with a show out of it, a podcast out of it. If it's within an hour, he won't have to work on editing it either. And then he could end up with a separate market for his podcast shows that he doesn't do. So that was a way that having certain things at certain times a day that at least gives us the inkling towards format, and then maybe, we could have certain days where there's certain subjects or certain hours where there's certain subjects, whether it's breaking it up or interfering, I'm not sure, but I think a guest hour would be kind of nice. Let's say it's just 12 to 1, Eastern, whatever it is, or lunchtime, and then that way everyone will have a sort of a goal to not just be a viewer, but go bring in a stranger, go bring in someone to ask a question or to have testimony of some kind. And then that way, if there's a set time of day where it's expected and it doesn't break up everything. Huh? I'm thinking. I'm with you.
Yeah, it's awesome. You're gonna help organize and host this and set this up and shit, or is it just we're on our own with this?
I talked for 3 hours with Gio about it last night, man. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you.
I mean, that sounds dope. That takes a lot of, it takes time to set this up and shit. Are we gonna get help, or is it just like we're on our own?
Well, like I said, he can help himself. If you keep it within an hour, then suddenly you don't need to edit, and we've got it. He's got an hour-long show, that he can put out as a podcast, which is a different audience, and will end up attracting more people around. So between the idea of the guest and the idea of a podcast show that runs separate than the 12-hour show, I think you got a chance of having a little spark and a little structure. Little structure, little spark. Just to keep it from being a grind. Because it turns into a grind a bit. Did you get to listen to any of that Mind Shock stuff that we were talking about?
I went back and tried to listen to it last night, but I couldn't find the video playlist or whatever. I had lost a single video, the 12-hour one. I was going to watch that, but then I couldn't find it.
The Bryant Myers one is even better. I'll give you the links now. I'll put them in here.
Just DM it to me because it'll get lost in the sauce if it's in the text chat.
Lost in the sauce.
You're very optimistic. I love your optimism.
I sent that link to Mark Sargent Saturday. He spent all the morning watching that shit. He said he loved it. So I can't believe we haven't seen that because I thought everyone kind of knew it. The guy's impossible to listen to with his goddamn voice thing that he's got. It's pretty hard to listen to. Okay, this is the Bryant Myers one. I'm going to put him in here too.
You shoot me like two good ones, yeah. Send it in the DM. It goes down in the DMs. That's what the kids are saying these days. I don't know.
Looks like you and I don't DM, do we? Do we? I guess we will soon enough. Yeah, so I'm trying. It seems like when you talk about changes, like all the changes you want to do and stuff here, it's a headache. It's a lot. Like you were saying, are you gonna do it? It's like, well, Geo does such a good job now that almost everything's going to make it harder on him.
Yeah, I mean, between modding this shit, running the server, like, I don't know. I can't do much more than I already do. So, like, I don't know. People want to set up events and shit. I mean, that's awesome, but like, I'm not going to be really much help. I'm running around doing stuff throughout my whole day. I never get an hour or 2 hours where I can sit and chill. So I don't know. Like, I can be in a show. I can be part of if you guys did a 5-hour show, I could be part of it. I couldn't play any role in running this thing or anything because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do stuff at that very moment. You know what I mean? I'm busy. I got a family. I got a job. They're keeping me busy.
And also if it needs more structure, there could be a news hour in the morning where we go we go through the news. Try and structure it a little bit so that it's like we know what to look forward to at a certain time of day, maybe. That way people pop by deliberately based on that. Maybe. Kinda. Sorta.
That sounds awesome. You want to do a news show in the morning every day? What time you want to do it at?
Well, I'm trying to work that into the Flat Earth channel. I'm trying to do Flat Earth channel for smart TVs. So that would be part of that. I'd literally want to use this panel as part of a morning show there, if possible.
I mean, other than here, 24/7, Gems, Shane, is there anywhere else where they're talking in voice about this? Like, is there anywhere I can go right now and start chatting to people in voice about this stuff?
Well, I'm sure there is. I can't prove it to you though.
I don't know of any.
I've never gone looking, so I can't say. I mean, obviously, Hangouts used to be a big deal. Google Meet still has action. Everyone's using StreamYard to hang and do stuff. There was just 6 hours of Glowbusters on. It's probably
Yeah.
still
Oh,
on
that was an open panel. I could have just joined that, jumped right in, and started chatting.
at the end now. Yeah, at the end.
They have an open panel at the end,
Yeah,
but that's over. So if right now I wanted to go talk to somebody, I couldn't. There's no talking with them guys, right? Because it's all shut down.
Well, there's 2 other places than this on Discord. Do you want me to go looking? See what I find? See if
Man, this is it right here, bud. This is the big boy.
Go talk flat Earth somewhere. That's a good question.
This is the big boy table right here, Dan. This is where it's going down. There's nowhere else. Now, if we had some help from the community and more people bringing people in, we'd have more people to chat with, more people to run events and stuff. But it's just not happening. How do we get those wheels in motion to make that happen? Get Glowbusters, Jaronism, with all these guys with huge amounts of subs. Shane's got 8,000 subs on one of his Rumble or Tumblr accounts or whatever, right? Where's those people at? We can't get no people here. All these people subs. We're dealing with the same 50, 100 people day after day. What are we doing?
Well, other than refining our skills, not that much. But Austin's done a good job of using Discord to, sharpen his stick.
Yeah, all our sticks are sharp. Now what? My stick's sharper than a motherfucker. I got a really sharp stick. Now what do I do? Just keep talking to the same 50 people every day. There's nowhere else to go to talk about it.
Well, like I said, I want to do a smart TV app. So that's a different audience. In other words, if you attract a different audience, it doesn't mean they're gonna come in here. Like, not.
What are you gonna name the? I like that idea with the smart TV app. What are you gonna call it?
The Flat Earth Channel, just like the Science Channel.
The Flat Earth Channel.
Yeah. And then we're gonna get everyone's old shit, all the old shit. Taboo, Morgile, everything. We're gonna run all that. So where we used to yell "Research Flat Earth," and people could, now we could just say go to the Flat Earth Channel. And then the kind of events or things that we want to do, we can start slipping in to prime time or slot times. Other than that, we just run all the old shit. Kind of like Glowbusters 24/7 does. But I feel that it's a new area TV, that we haven't really played with. As far as I know, it's only going to run $200 a month to host. So that's not a bad investment to make it happen. And then to have some branding, something we could brand, something to say, yeah, like for interviews or something, I'm interviewing you on behalf of the Flat Earth Channel. We could even go to events, red carpet stuff, on open house at high tech stuff. I haven't really picked a logo yet. And I'm having a hard time with FE People, which is the new Facebook for us. It needs to be right before it's released. I mean, I don't have time, and I don't have the people to beta test it. And the last time we tried to beta test something, David Weiss stole it as our beta tester. So it'd be nice to not need a lawyer going forward for stuff. All the high fucking quality footage that we did and all the 18-mile and the 27-mile and the 35-mile laser observations, it's all tied up in court. It's fucked up. And it's going to be 4 years old when it comes out. So we're running pretty slow. But I'm back. I ain't blocked no more. So maybe we can get some cooperative efforts instead of hunkering down, protecting ourselves from each other.
So you're back in with David Weiss and them? You're all unblocked and everything?
Weiss and Karen haven't openly fixed, but Jaron said he's going to unblock.
But you're trying to get back with Weiss though, right?
Well, Weiss don't really care. He don't really care. He don't mind being.
But you're trying.
It's only Karen that's going to care, so she'll just have to, soften up. Mark tried to talk to her about it Tuesday on the show, so that's why I know I'm lightening. It's going to lighten up for me. And they just kind of finished their whole thing on Bob, so we're allowed to go forward now. Which is pretty cool. Bob was definitely choking off a lot of people. He had definitely carried a blacklist that he told everyone not to talk to other people. And Karen, I'm hoping, releases everyone she has blocked. I'm hoping that she really sees that it's a good time to do that. I figure between the two of them, they blocked 300 flat earthers from participating in what you and I call flat earth, or having to run somewhere else. Either way.
Oh, were they participating in that? Where can I go join in his participation right now?
Oh, I don't know. I stopped looking.
No, this thing where they stopped 300 people from participating in what? Where is it going on right now?
In the weekly shows that they have, both of those people had weekly shows.
Yeah, but right now there's nothing stopping. Even if you were blocking those weekly shows, right now the whole rest of the time out of that, except for those couple hours a week, we're good.
Well, except for whatever 24/7, the remnants, the damage that's over there. I'm blocked over there. All this flat earth on flat earth shit doesn't really need to happen anymore. It's kind of old. It is all old, actually. So maybe we can put together a curriculum. It'd be cool to pass a flat earth course or have a series of courses. I was thinking of the term theoretical science. I don't know what it means, but certainly that's where we work. Can we adopt the word theoretical science? In other words, could you get a degree in flat earth in school as a theoretical science? And filled with enough data points and testing, we could probably create a curriculum, certainly in the terms of theory, right? What is theoretical science? Does anyone know? Sounds like a fact. According to them, theoretical science would be a pile of facts.
There are no facts with them. You can't prove anything. They don't even know. They don't have any facts. Once you start sprinkling time dilation, different reference frames, they have no idea what's going on at all. Some of them are solipsists. There's no facts to these people at all. You can't make any objective claims about reality. It's weird, Dan. It's very weird.
Jesse Gordon made mention of a term yesterday I really never heard before. Parallel plumb lines. Parallel plumb lines. He was saying, show us parallel plumb lines, he was saying.
Yeah. You can any plumb lines you can measure, you can get some tangible measurements of, they're all parallel. It's only when you go out far enough to where they say they start deviating, you can't measure it tangibly. You can measure it optically. Now you're dealing with refraction. The main surveyor did this before. He had refraction measurements in it, so now it's shaky because we don't know which way the light's bending or whatever. They think the light's bending one way. But as far as a tangible measurement, they're always parallel. Go hang two plumb lines, put a meter stick in between them. There'll be a meter at the bottom, a meter at the top. They're the guys making the crazy claim saying they're deviating. I mean, they can never prove they were deviating because you can't prove anything, according to these guys. So I don't know what they even think they would do. I don't know.
The other thing I want to do that you might be interested in is I'm trying to do the show Saturday Night Live in Hollywood, where there's a guest host every week and a guest musician and a news segment and all the man in the street stuff, and all the goofy.
You gonna fly me out to Hollywood?
No, I need it. I'm here in Hollywood. I need the show run from behind the scenes.
Bro, we just went through this. I don't have time to be running shows or planning event or doing anything like that, bro. My shit's booked up.
That would be on the weekend. So you don't have time for anything.
Ever, never, ever. All my waking hours are booked from here until I die. Or I get a shit ton of money somehow.
You must be working by the hour, being paid by the hour.
I have a full-time job. I have many children. My wife is getting her master's degree. She has a full-time job. Very busy. I have big children, small children, medium-sized children. They keep me very busy. Between that and the job and the house, very busy.
Where do you live?
New York.
New York?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, put those
Not the city, the state. New York State, upstate.
Gotta put those kids to work. Do you remember Niagara Falls always being Niagara, or do you remember Niagara as a spelling?
It's always been Niagara.
But it's Niagara now.
No, it's Niagara.
To me it is, but in the rest of the world it changed.
Well, they must have got Mandela affected and we're in the old reality. I don't know, whatever. Niagara.
I didn't expect you to fall for the Mandela stuff. Didn't think that was your style.
It's not. It could be a thing. I don't know.
Seems like.
Are we in a simulation?
It seems like a couple of things, yeah. Like that's the first thing when I met Mark Sargent. I'm like, okay, dude, we're not on a globe, but where the fuck are we? Flat Earthers are smart enough to have figured that out by now. Get on a fucking boat, go south, go both directions around Antarctica, and see if it's an inside loop or an outside loop. How hard is this, right? I mean, we really haven't figured stuff out. And maybe if it's not easy, if we can't identify an ice wall, either we're fucking lame or it isn't there.
There's tons of picture of a giant wall of ice when you hit the coastline of Antarctica. I didn't think that was even in denial. Who's contending that?
Except that, for instance, I live where the desert meets the sea. Up where Geo lives, the forest meets the sea. On the East Coast, there's none of that kind of. It's all a softer incline, You don't have like terrain meeting the sea that much. So it's not all the same. I'm sure it's not all the same.
Yeah, there's parts with a rock. There's some parts that are a giant ice wall. Okay.
We should be able to fly it by now. We should be able to do something. We
Well,
should
I was going over that earlier. Sorry to interrupt, but I was going over that earlier with paid. And there's a thing called an ETOPS.
It's just that if FE Core was what we thought it was and wasn't fighting amongst itself for the past few years, there might have been resources there. Had FE Core taken off and taken in resources from, let's say, volunteers like me and you, for a good purpose because it was doing good stuff. In other words, I think we lost a lot of time there with the only 501c3 going, So
The
that's
thing
kind
is,
of
an ETOPS, when it comes to flying, there's an ETOPS rating. And that has to do with how many engines your plane has and if an engine goes out. Apparently, if like a 747 has 4 engines, they don't have an ETOPS rating. So you could fly potentially around Antarctica and see if you pop out on another side. So, I mean, that could be doable. It would cost a shit ton of money, but could be doable. I mean, what if you're in South America, you go in a straight line and you pop up wherever, Australia or something, and you've just been going in a straight line the whole time. I don't know how you could explain that. Maybe a Pac-Man map or something.
It has to be so heavily documented. Do you remember they found like a B-29 in the ice in Antarctic somewhere? I think it was the Antarctic. B-29 is like an old four-prop bomber. And it was pretty much ready to fly out. They flew in a team and restored it and tried to take it off and take it out of there. And the project was supported by like Discovery Channel or something. Like when you go somewhere and do something, it's got to be fucking paid for by something. So even though they failed to retrieve the thing, it caught fire, I think, on takeoff. It was paid for because it still made a good TV show. So the recovery, the cost of the excursion or expedition was covered by the budget. It was well within budget of a TV show, of a special, of a documentary. I'll give you an idea how lame people are, though. For instance, like I just talked to the guy who hosted a Flat Earth event here 3 weeks ago, and he flew Mark Sargent in, and then people took collections and paid him back. So it didn't cost him shit to have Mark Sargent come into town, spend the night at his house or 2 nights at his house, and hang out all day. And it ended up didn't cost him shit.
So who ended up paying for that? Flat Earthers?
Yeah, people. I guess there was a plate or something going around.
You know what we did? We wasted our money on that. Who cares where Mark Sargent stays for 2 days? He couldn't have done it on the internet. We should have put that towards a test or doing something real in physical reality.
Well, it was physical and real for the people that were there.
Did we do any kind of test to determine anything in physical reality with the money, or like what happened?
Well, it was only travel money. I'm just saying
so
that
nothing got done except for Mark Sargent stayed in a different city.
Cost the organizer. It didn't cost the organizer.
Nothing got done. What got done though?
Mark and I made up, and
tips.
I'm not getting fucking blacklisted by fucking the whole fucking deal anymore. So for me, it worked out.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, like in the
but he had to see me face to face,
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of
things, well, what makes you think that?
In the grand scheme of things, nothing got done. Mark Sargent stayed a couple nights in a different city. Ooh, wow, awesome!
Except the message,
we wasted our money.
Except the message is, you could fly him in too, and you could have 60 or 70 thrilled people at a meetup who have inspiration. The inspiration from the West Coast people came because we flew him in 2017.
So we can all meet up on the internet right now in Discord for free. We don't need to be flying people around the cities wasting our money.
Except for the people here started going to the Salton Sea and doing observations. We started doing things because we met each other. We were physical.
Now that's dope. That's worth the money right there. If you're going out and doing shit in physical
That's
reality.
what happened. That's what happened here. That's how the Salton Sea group happened. That's how it all happened. Is because
That's dope. What'd you guys do?
It ended up being the Nat Geo shit. You know, was the first.
Oh, some inconclusive. It was just totally inconclusive, or what happened?
No, it was totally conclusive. We debunked one of their experiments. You remember the first Discovery PBS had the helicopter thing there that they faked. So we were going to replicate that, but we didn't have a helicopter, so they used balloons instead. And fuck, we could see the balloons on the ground, so they had to scrap that. So that was a big success for us. And then they claimed curvature at 3 miles, which wasn't there. Another big success, unless you're listening to Nat Geo's narrative. You know, they are saying it's curved, but right there, I mean, they can't count to 6, right? There's 6 stripes on a flag, and they say 1.5 are missing, but that's not the case, and you could see that. So I think that was a success, and that's what made us start going back and doing it with at different distances under different conditions. Maybe that's all stupid and just line of sight, but I think we proved line of sight, or what we believe to be line of sight, and that we're paralleling the surface under different conditions, day and night, with different light sources over land, water, and ice. So I feel that we've done a small amount of thoroughness and a good job of trying to be scientific, and definitely taking it to the field like you're talking about. So we've done this shit. And it was because Mark was flown in. So it was just inspiring to us that made it real. So I'm not talking shit, really, you know? It is possible. It's hard to motivate people. So bringing in someone like that would be, pretty cool. So he's thinking of trying to maybe bring Flat Earth Man in to sing or something, like something that people would think was fun, Making Flat Earth fun is a pretty cool thing to do, because it's not fun otherwise. That's why I do the Flat Earth Hollywood thing, because it's fun. And I feel I'm on top of the world if I make it fun. I mean, big time, because it's otherwise a political battle, or a religious battle. And hey, remember when you gave me shit for mocking the other day? I realized since that's kind of one of my biggest tools.
Yeah, don't mock people.
Well, but that's what we do when they walk up and we ask them to look at what they believe and why. When they're telling me, "Haven't you ever been on an airplane?" I kind of mock them. Yeah. Have you?
But don't mock people's voices here for the way they sound. No, it's not okay.
If you don't, how else do you deal with people when they walk up, and go, you're an idiot. I mean, like, in other words, they're starting it generally.
It's going to start a whole bunch of shit, though, if you like mimic people and like make, try to make fun of the way they sound or something.
Well, how do you expect to get the public's attention? Like, once they're standing in front of you, if you don't mock what they believe, how are you going to challenge what they believe? How are you going to get them out of belief and into looking around at what's real? If you don't mock what they believe, I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's not the only answer, but it seems like a good part of the process is to get them to look oversee their own belief or their own systems, to look at it. Mockery, I don't know. There's got to be a positive side to mockery, or a different word I'm missing that's a similar way of discovery, exposure. I mean, I don't know. Mockery sounds awful. You make it seem awful. But I noticed that I look to do it anywhere. You know, like if I'm making a meme, it's pretty much mockery. They made me into an AI cartoon this morning at Gems. Somebody did. Why Left Lane? Why do you think he's a ding dong? Everyone else is really impressed. I don't think he's quite as neutral as he claims to be, but
yeah, I didn't look completely through it, but he was doing that analysis and he was just dinging fallacies and on things that obviously weren't fallacies. The guy would just say something, he'd ding him with a fallacy.
he explains it though.
Not really. I mean, when the term fallacies has popped up in these debate forums, and it's like they're really not even something that mean anything in casual conversation. You know, I don't know. I think that they're overrated.
It's just that the way we go at it here, we can win an argument and not be right, just because you won the argument. You know.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, and Witsit, to his credit, he does sort of rake people over the coals with his wit and quick mindedness type stuff. Like, doesn't matter if he's correct or not, he comes out smelling like a rose on some things.
Well, Howard, there's a reason that fallacies are very important. I don't know whether you're trying to downplay it because maybe the globe side tends to use a lot of them because they don't have physical, concrete proof or what. But no matter what debate or discussions going on, if you want to get to truth and be able to, carefully dissect information, it's very important to not have fallacies involved. They do this in court, in court as well. There's all kinds of. So I mean,
yeah, they do. But it's just that I think they're overused. I don't know how I want to say that. It's like almost the term is abused in just casual discussion where we're talking. That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. And I'm, I don't know. Could we then talk in depth about the fallacy and get out the definitions and see if it actually was a fallacy, or is someone just calling fallacy to, like, give your argument a black eye? I don't know.
Maybe it's not called enough. Maybe we spend too much time arguing fallacy.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's the way it seems.
It's just a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling and an opinion is all,
If we lean on our bias too much, we'll fail to communicate too, you and I even,
Well, yeah, confirmation bias is a critical point. But the presupposition thing, you're presupposing, but in reality, like any hypothesis, could be considered a presupposition, before it's tested. But
it is a presupposition, and then you test it. The presupposition you guys use, you're not testing it. Foucault pendulum was the reason it deviates. Earth's rotating, right?
Yeah. See, that could be read if Earth is rotating, we should be able to use a Foucault pendulum to confirm that, or would provide evidence for that. And sure enough, it does precess. So it's presented as evidence of Earth rotation.
No, you didn't. You must have missed. I don't know if you thought you just won that, but you must have missed what I said. You presuppose Earth is rotating. You bring a Foucault pendulum to different locations on the Earth. It deviates. You say, yes, Earth is rotating.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I meant to say. But if
you
you're able to use it
Earth was rotating.
If you're, well, you're using it as a confirmation and evidence for, right?
your presupposition of Earth rotating, and that's why the Foucault pendulum is deviating at different latitudes, or you have weight change with different latitudes, or whatever the case may be. You never go the step farther to actually check to make sure it was Earth rotation that's causing this effect. You just presuppose, measure the effect a bunch of times, and say, "Yep, that's it. Earth's rotating."
Well, I mean, that would be outside of figuring out what else could be causing it, and we could test for that too, right?
You just need to test for the thing you think it is, which you're not doing. You don't need to check to see if there's magical fairies making it deviate. You just need to make sure Earth is rotating.
But see, with that limitation, how would we ever provide evidence for Earth rotation if we can't use these methods to determine if it's rotating?
I don't know. Your presupposition of Earth rotation and measuring an effect and saying, "Yep, we're not going to check to see if Earth's rotating, but we're getting this effect here, and we're just going to say Earth's rotating, and therefore Earth's rotating."
Well, I don't know. I don't consider it a fallacy to say if Earth is rotating, the pendulum should do this, or if we're rotating and the Earth is this size and blah blah blah, we should get this amount. Considering gravity and the mass, we should get this amount of weight change per latitude, and we get that. Wouldn't that be a prediction?
You literally almost phrased it verbatim of how it would be a logical fallacy. If if weight change with latitude change, then Earth is rotating. We get weight change with latitude change, therefore Earth is rotating.
Yeah,
that's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. Yeah, even Ruhifid has admitted that's a fallacy. It's an affirming the consequent. All your arguments are affirming the consequent.
Yeah, there's a portion of the logic that I'm not able to put together.
Don't worry, I put it together for you.
Not.
I put it together for you.
We're missing part of
it. Consequent. Ruhif knows it's affirming the consequent. Everybody knows it's affirming the consequent but you, so I'm not interested in debating whether it is or isn't with you. That's fine. You can go on thinking it's not. I don't care.
I'm going to read up on it.
Literally, I have to be done caring what some people think, because it's not gonna, we're not trying to change anyone's mind, right? I put my piece forward, you put your piece forward, everyone else can make up their mind.
Yeah, if X is the case, if Earth is rotating, then Y is also the case. Weight change at very different latitudes. Y is true. We do have weight change. So X must be also true. Earth is rotating. That's a affirming the consequent.
Yeah. In other words, you could say, if we measure weight change at different latitudes, you could say, if I'm full, then I have eaten, you could say, if I eat 10 pizzas, so if weight change with latitude, if I eat 10 pulled pizzas, if I eat 10 pizzas, then I'm full, right? If I get weight change with latitude, then Earth is rotating. Then on the other side, you say, I am full. I ate 10 pizzas. I do observe weight change with latitude. Earth is rotating, but I could have eaten, it's affirming the consequent. You could have eaten a cheeseburger and be full. You just because you're full doesn't mean you ate 10 pizzas. I could eat a steak.
Now, see here, this next part goes with what I was saying. However, even if the first part of such an argument is true, the second part doesn't necessarily follow, as there may be other explanations for why being true. So, what else would be causing weight change at different latitudes?
It could be many different reasons. So many different things. I could speculate on a million different things. It doesn't change the fact that this thing that you got is an affirmative consequence. Like making me trying to come up with a reason doesn't change the fact that you're affirming the consequence.
Well, we know what centrifugal force is. We know how that works. And there is this downward acceleration, which would oppose centrifugal force. A change in mass would change the weight. A variance in the 9.8 meters per second squared would change the weight. That's really the only two things that I know of that could actually cause the weight to change. The density of the medium that it's in could change the weight.
That was a
I
long
don't know
list of
what else
stuff that could
could.
change the weight. There we go. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be Earth rotation. Perfect. Pick something out of your list.
Well, we know the mass doesn't change because we're using the same mass. The acceleration, we would have to confirm that with a gravimeter. And then we could check the barometric pressure to see what the density of the atmosphere is at each location. And there are things we could do.
Gravimeter, that happens in a vacuum. Why would you need to check the density for a gravimeter?
You could see if the downward acceleration is different at each location.
And there it is. There's anomalies all over the place with a gravimeter.
Would there be enough difference to cause the weight to change significant enough to account for the centrifugal force?
You don't know if it's centrifugal force. That's the thing you haven't proven. That's your logical fallacy.
Well, what if?
Don't bring your logical
What if it
fallacy back into
wasn't?
this thing.
But how much? Okay, so we see this 1% change in weight. How much of a variance in the downward acceleration would there have to be for that mass to weigh 1% less?
I don't know. You're right. You're probably right.
I know it's aggravating, ain't it?
Yeah, it's very aggravating. I don't have to engage though if I don't want to.
So, for a bird to be able to fly, it needs two wings. Emus are birds with two wings, so emus can fly. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
I got 2 wings for you in chat.
Every time I open Discord, it goes to that VC text. All the time posting in there and deleting. Yeah, something's wrong with Barbie.
Too good to be true. That's all.
Who's breathing?
That was me. I have to move this microphone. It's super sensitive. Yeah, all of these that I'm reading, like I have a fever, therefore I have the flu. You can have a fever without having the flu. So these other variables need to be accounted for and controlled for, and we should be able to draw some conclusion.
Well, it's back to what you were saying then. If you don't think we should shit can some of the fallacies to get to narrow down to get out of the language and into the facts, I mean, we do have to learn how to argue fairly at least.
Just don't worry about logic. Don't worry about being logical. It's not important. It doesn't matter. Come on, Dan. Don't worry about being logical. It's silly.
That's the flat Earth way.
Really? Because Left Lane just told us fallacies don't really. What'd you say earlier, Left Lane? I don't want to straw man you. Fallacies don't really matter or something, or
no, the term is abused.
Yeah, Whitson makes up a bunch of fallacies, you know, and then uses then everything is because of his personal incredulity, which is a real fallacy. But okay.
Left Lane, I can hear you softly breathing into the mic.
We should all do it.
So yeah, there's no reason to call out the fallacies incessantly. We'll just let them slide because it's not important if we're logical. If we use logic, right?
It's just not part of the style of conversation we have. We kind of look to win the conversation. Not ruthlessly, but with disregard for the overall effectiveness of the conversation. We end up fighting just to be right. For instance, the fallacy thing is that the burden of proof should be upon the person making the claim.
It depends on what type of claim it is, right? I mean, if it's a negative claim, then the burden of proof is on whoever's taking the opposing stance. Like if I say, hey, there's no Earth curvature, the burden of proof is now on someone who thinks there's Earth curvature to prove it. It's called a claim of non-existence.
Actually, it's on you to show that there is no Earth curvature, because curvature of the Earth has been shown. Actually, the burden of proof is on the people making the claim against the standard model. So the burden of proof is on the flat earthers because the globe model is the standard model.
If we make a claim of non-existence, this is how it really works. If somebody makes a claim of non-existence, like if I say unicorns don't exist, it's not my burden of proof for showing that unicorns don't exist. If anyone takes the opposing, don't interrupt me. If anyone takes the opposing stance saying unicorns do exist, they now have the burden of proof on them. So if I say, hey, hold on, man, I'm almost done. If I say, hey, Earth curve doesn't exist, It's not on me to prove Earth curve exists. It's on the person taking the opposing stance saying that Earth curve does exist to show that it exists.
No, you're just reversing the burden of proof by claiming the negative. If you say there is no Earth curve, then it's up to you to measure the Earth to be flat.
Right. We're doing
you've
it
yet
now.
to do so.
We're doing it now. So
No,
it's
you're
the
not.
No,
person
not right.
making a claim that has the responsibility to back it up, not the
All right,
person.
bet.
receiving it.
Unicorns don't exist. Now I'm
Fine.
supposed to back that up?
Yes.
It's on me to prove that the unicorns don't exist.
If you started the conversation,
How would you do that? I'm just
I have
curious.
no
How would
idea.
you do
You
that?
made the claim. You figure it
It's
out.
impossible because
Exactly.
that is why the burden of proof would be on the person claiming unicorns do exist, because that's
No.
provable. They can bring a unicorn in, or they can have a dead one, or they can have a fucking unicorn head, whatever. They have an actual thing they can prove now. I can't prove non-existence of something.
Well, then don't make the claim.
It's not how it works. You're just
Don't make the
wrong.
claim you can't prove. If you can't prove the claim,
rebuttal. The rebuttal isn't responsible for the proof. The rebuttal is the rebuttal.
if you can't prove a thing, then don't claim it.
You think he's right, Dan? You think he's right, and it's on me to prove unicorns don't exist?
Whoever goes first making the claim has to fucking back it up. When I go outside, I don't see a globe. If you say it is, you got to back it up.
No, actually, that burden is
Yeah,
on
so-
you because the globe is scientifically valid for like the last 2,500 years.
It's not visible.
You are
dude.
making
It's not
you are
visible.
making the claim.
When I
you
go
are
outside, it's not
Dan, I
there.
was talking. How come you don't? How come you guys don't mute flat earthers when they interrupt?
Because you ignored the point.
Stop
The point
trolling
is
like
when
that
you
because
go
we do.
outside,
Hey,
it's not there.
Dan, stop. He was talking.
I mean, this is a
You obviously
clear double
don't know.
standard.
Stop, Dan.
Don't tell me what to do, Lou.
Oh,
Who the fuck
guess
are
what,
you?
man? I'm just gonna mute you, bro.
Who the fuck are you?
Just
Ahmad.
temporarily, so Paige can finish. You can go next, Dan. Just relax.
I
The-
gotta relax.
The burden of proof is on those challenging the model that is scientifically accepted. Now, say what you want. The globe is the scientifically proven or scientifically evidence, if you will, since you don't like the word proof. It is the standard model of the globe. If you're going to claim differently, you need to provide the facts. There. See, Dan, you didn't need to interrupt me much.
You still don't know how negative claims and claims of non-existent and burden of proof works.
If you can't prove something, don't claim it.
No, if you don't think something exists, you can definitely make a claim and say that doesn't exist. If anyone
Then-
comes in and they say, yeah, that does exist, now they need to show the existence of that thing. I can't go everywhere and show that it doesn't exist. That's not even possible.
You don't get to reverse the burden of claim you don't get to reverse the burden of proof by saying that it doesn't exist. If you're going to say it doesn't exist, if you can't prove it, then don't say it. Making claims of non-existence is usually not a wise thing to do because you can't show it because you're claiming that it doesn't exist.
These two things you guys are saying are kind of both true. I'm not saying Wikipedia is necessarily true, but I mean, I also think they're both true, but I'm also going to read what Wikipedia says here. When two parties are in a discussion and one makes a claim that the other disputes, the one who makes the claim typically has the burden of proof to justify or substantiate that claim, especially when it challenges a perceived status quo. So that part fits what Paige was saying. And now I'm going to read shifting the burden of proof. One way in which one would attempt to shift the burden of proof is by committing a logical fallacy known as the argument from ignorance. It occurs when either a proposition is assumed to be true because it has not yet been proven false, or a proposition is assumed to be false because it has not yet been proven true.
Jeremy hit on it when he said the negative and positive. The negative claim, the negative assertion doesn't require proof. It's calling for proof on the positive claim.
If you say a unicorn doesn't exist, right? I can't prove that something. What would I do to prove to you that there's no way to do it? That's why the burden of proof falls on the person saying, yes, the unicorn does exist. That would be provable. The thing I'm saying is not provable. I can't show something doesn't exist.
Then don't make the claim.
Why? I can make the claim all day unicorns don't exist.
Yeah, Paige, you are wrong on this part of it. The part you were right upon is just the part that if somebody makes a claim, there could be a burden put on that. But just in general, an assertive claim of something is true, not denying something is false. Because I'll just read here, proving a negative. A negative claim is the opposite of an affirmative or positive claim. It asserts the non-existence or exclusion of something. A negative claim may or may not exist as a counterpoint to a previous claim. A proof of impossibility or an evidence of absence argument are typically methods to fulfill the burden of proof for a negative claim.
Yeah, so I say unicorns don't exist. There's no unicorns. We don't see no unicorns. There's no measured unicorn horns or whatever you want to say. It would be on you to bring a fucking unicorn. Like, yo, here it is. I can make claims all day. There's no unicorns. I can claim there's no Santa Claus. All types of shit. If anyone challenges that, they have the burden of proof.
That's just you being passive aggressive by claiming negatives, saying, "Oh, I don't have to prove it because it's a negative."
Paige, just do whatever you want. At the end of the day, if you want to think the Earth is something, do it. If you want to make your points, make your points. I think just doesn't matter. I don't really get into the burden of proof thing because it depends on, okay, if somebody wants to prove something to someone else, then of course there's some level of a burden because they're trying to prove something. So it's really just up to that person whether they really want to convince that person, and if so, then, and if the other person thinks that there's a confusion around the burden of proof, well, then that's what you're dealing with that person. If you don't want to go in it with that person, then just don't talk to that person, or don't engage in that way. Like if he thinks you have to prove that unicorns don't exist, I mean, maybe just don't, discuss with him.
Yeah, like we can just agree. I can say I think unicorns don't exist. You can say you think unicorns do exist, and we can just go away thinking our own things. I'm fine with that.
See, that's
awesome. We should.
I mean, you're here, Pay, talking to us. You are right. A majority, in a sense, of the world believes Earth is a globe, although 99.9% of them don't know anything about it. They're just blindly believing it. So, but if you want to go with like some of the mainstream academia world, they do believe it. So, I mean, if you want to go, like, just, do the old whatever with them, do it.
But you see,
obviously, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, many topics, but we do talk about what, let's say alternative to the mainstream model. So if you're interested in what we're talking about, then okay, cool. If you're just here to push a globe, I don't know. It's boring. It's played out, man. It's way too boring.
See, the problem that I have with what he just said is that he can claim now there is no Earth curve. And he says, "Oh, that's a negative claim, so you have to prove that the Earth curve exists."
Yeah, I would agree.
No, that's not true, though. You just read the first part where the people making the claim against the scientifically valid, the scientifically accepted model need to provide the proof. So if you're going to say the Earth is not, there is no curve, you need to measure it flat.
Well, the claim is that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, that's the claim.
That is the scientifically accepted method, whether you like it or not.
Accepted, but it is the claim, though. That is the claim.
There is proof for it, and there's plenty of proof for it. And
provide proof of the Earth being a ball.
Again, there is plenty of proof for it. Google it yourself.
So you could just claim,
as Gio said, you're bored by it. But if you're going to claim there is no Earth curve, and then say, "Well, that's a negative claim, so I don't need to prove it," you're just reversing the burden of proof. You're saying, "Well, it's a negative, so I don't need to claim it."
Now, what we're saying is that the claim is that the Earth is a globe. You're saying it's accepted, and I Googled it myself, but I haven't seen any proof for it. I mean, all I've seen is just from the consequences and a bunch of fallacious logic to it.
Well, that's true. Like I said, then provide
an unverifiable information, unverifiable quote unquote data.
Actually, it's quite verifiable, and you can do it yourself. And I've told you how, but we won't get into that today because it's boring, right?
I find globe salesman boring. Yes, I'm speaking for myself.
It's not salesman with Gio. You know how to do it. You guys
refuse. It's getting boring.
I know. Like I said, you're getting boring, right? Because I'm talking about real things that you could do yourself.
Yeah, just bring us some evidence of it.
Yeah, well, do it yourself. Go do the
their evidence. Do it yourself, really?
Yeah. Do
that's your evidence.
Do the Eratosthenes measurement tomorrow, solar noon.
Eratosthenes method.
Dude, we've ripped Eratosthenes to Reese's Pieces.
No, you haven't. You haven't done it.
How long have you been in this conversation?
You haven't done the Nobody, no flat earther's ever done the Eratosthenes
How
method.
long?
Did say, "Oh, I've been in this for years and hearing the same bullshit over and over again."
Yeah.
Yeah, but I figured you would know by now that putting sticks in the ground, if you're going to try to say it indicates a curved surface, you have to assume something.
Nope.
So just to tell people to go do it by yourself, you'd have to, what you really should be saying is, well, go do it by yourself and make sure, Johnny, when you go out there and do it, that you have a big, fat, whopping assumption, something you cannot validate in any way, shape, or form. Make sure you use that assumption, and then you'll be all A-okay.
You're totally incorrect, because you can measure, if you measure it at 3 points on the same line of longitude, you need 2 friends to do that. 3 points at the same, guess what, at the same time, you'll find that you don't need any assumptions. Yeah, if you only do 2 points, you can delude yourself into thinking the Earth is flat because you only have 2 points. But the more points you get, the worse it gets for the flat Earth.
Is that what Eratosthenes did?
Eratosthenes was smarter than you. He knew the Earth was curved. He was trying to measure it.
He knew before he actually knew.
He did, actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he knew from other.
That's not
methods.
affirming the consequence, is it?
No, he knew. He knew.
He knew.
He knew that, yeah, because he was smarter than you. He watched ships go over the horizon. He knew that was caused by Earth curve. He watched stars set. He saw that when he traveled to other places south, that he could see different stars than he could. He knew that was a measure of Earth curve. So he was smarter than you. He lived 2,500 years ago too.
Yeah.
Weird. All of that is globe evidence. It's very strange.
It is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's not fair though, NASA, because Eratosthenes had an advantage because he worked at a library.
Yeah, he was a smart guy.
Oh, that's his advantage, Coach. Yeah,
he's a
library did he work at?
I think it was in Alexandria.
The Library of Alexandria, where they had all the knowledge of all humans stored, right?
Yep.
And then it burnt down, and we just lost we just lost most of our.
It seems like a common theme, right?
Yep.
Losing all the technology every time. You know, oh, sorry, we lost it. Oh, we burnt it. Oh, we purposefully got rid of it.
Yeah, sometimes we don't. Knowledge doesn't happen in a straight line. Sometimes.
Yeah, you've got an excuse for everything.
What do you mean, got an excuse? This is historical.
Excuses.
Also, to be fair, there was copies of every single book that was in there.
Was probably one of the greatest losses of knowledge in history.
So we didn't lose any knowledge. There was copies of the book in other places, right?
Well, yeah, they made.
So, Coach, you agree with NASA saying that he didn't assume anything?
Eratosthenes? Yeah, I also claim that Eratosthenes didn't make any assumptions.
He didn't make any assumptions.
Eratosthenes did make assumptions.
Is that your final answer, Coach?
Eratosthenes did make assumptions.
He just said he did.
Than you. Yeah, that's why he only needed 2 points.
Okay, so you're agreeing or disagreeing?
If you want to do it, if you want to do it with 3 points on the same line of longitude, you don't need to make any assumptions.
Hold on, Shield. You just said that he didn't make an assumption. Then you reverted back to saying. Then you reverted back to saying. You reverted back to. I was still in the middle of my sentence.
I misspoke.
Oh my gosh!
If I did, I misspoke.
First of all, you're gonna interrupt me.
Well, if you would listen to me, I'm telling you.
Well, no, because I was actually in the middle of my sentence before you started interrupting me.
If you listen to what I said, rather than what you
said. Just stop talking. Let him finish, bro. We just did it a second ago and helped you mod it so that you didn't get interrupted. Just stop. Just let him go.
First, you said that he didn't make any assumptions. He had no assumptions whatsoever. That's what you said to Gio. Then Kosho agreed with you. Now you reverted back to saying, yeah, he did have assumptions. So Kosho and NASA Shield, are you agreeing or disagreeing with each other? Did he or did he not have assumptions? Kosho?
Oh, you already asked me.
I asked you again. You said no assumptions?
Yeah, I didn't change my answer in the past 2 minutes.
Chill. Did he have assumptions?
He did. He assumed he knew the Earth was. He knew the Earth was round, which is why I only used 2 points. However, now listen to me one last time. If you don't want to make any assumptions, do 3 points on the same line of longitude, or 4, or 5. However, the more you do, the worse it is for the flat Earth. Because with 2 points, you can't delude yourself into thinking the Earth was flat. The third point throws that out the window.
Where's the center in this area? Is it close? Is it far?
What's that?
Where's the sun?
When
you're making this measurement,
it's not important.
Is it? It isn't.
Nope, not for this discussion.
So if the sun was closer, it wouldn't give you the same issue.
If the sun was close, you would not get the measurements you do because the rays of the sun come in parallel. If the sun was close and local, it would not.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
And you've done this?
Yeah, I've done this. I did on the Equinox. I came within 5% of the. Not bad. Not bad for a stick on in my ground on the sidewalk, and a ruler.
You did it with 3 points?
I only did it with 1 point. And see, the thing
Oh
about
my.
no, you
Okay.
do it with 2 points because
Never
listen to
mind.
me one last time.
I'm backing up.
Listen
You
to me
can
one
have
last
fun.
Listen to me one last time. The reason you do it on the equinox
No, I'm done.
is listen. The reason you do it on the equinox is because you know the sun is over the equator, so you actually have 2 points, and that's all you really need to measure.
I thought you said you need 3 points.
Well, if you don't want to, for you, because you don't want to, you don't think the Earth is a globe. The third point.
So you still have to assume the Earth is a globe.
For my application, okay, fine. It doesn't bother me because the Earth is round.
Yeah. I'm done. Jeremy, you can have fun.
Of course, you're done. You were done the second you said the Earth was flat.
No, these guys loop me around for about 8 to 10 hours a day. It's your turn, Elbow.
No. I know when to say
it's your turn.
I'm done with it.
Well, you haven't come. I would like.
I got no time for this because both of them just disagree with each other. One says no assumptions. The other one says yes, he had assumptions, and then he said you don't need assumptions if you use more than 1 point. But yeah, I just use 1 point. Okay,
no,
Elbow's right. You guys got to get your story straight.
The second point, I measured 1 point. The second point is the equator because I did it on the equinox.
How can we argue against this if you got 2 different stories? Like we can't argue against both of them. Kosho says no assumptions. You say yes assumptions.
Oh, okay.
How can we argue against that?
Well,
and they can choose around. Yeah. Well, I mean, because I do believe those.
It's a matter of opinion.
I do make an assumption.
That's what it's a matter of opinion on what you call an assumption. I think.
Assumptions okay. Yeah, I'm not playing.
Kosho, do you know how Blender works?
Bundy? Ted Bundy?
Blender. Do you know how Blender works?
Depends on what you want to put in it. You want to put meat in it? You want to put veggies, fruits, what?
I don't know. Maybe some smoothies or something.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Just let me know.
Or I was talking about the modeling program Blender that we always use here.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a versatile word. Okay, yeah, sure. What about it?
We need it. I need some animations done inside Blender.
Okay. You know where to download it at?
No, I can't do it. I'm gonna walk you through it though. Everyone's gonna see it. I'm gonna go pitch it on Oakley's, Jaronisms, everywhere. I'm gonna bring this everywhere.
Does it do with your 4 points? Is it your goddamn airplane?
Yeah, it's the airplane thing. Yeah.
Can I just save you some time? I don't mind helping you with this, but it's fucking stupid, so I wouldn't do it.
It's motivational support right there. Nice.
Well, I'm just letting you know because I heard you say the other night that
those
this
motivational
was foolproof.
quotes with motivational posters. I'm gonna put that in the subtitles underneath it.
Yeah, there you go, man. Actually, it should be good inspiration because it's it will lead you in the right direction. Because I'll be honest with you, I've been wrapping my head around it just so I can figure out how I can best express to you. Actually, what was that? I was talking to Bob. That's right. I remember I had a question for him about that, and I don't remember what it was, so I never got to ask him. But regardless, yeah. So I know what do you want your animation to look like? Didn't Bacon already kind of produce an animation that showed it?
No, it needs to be specific for this example. I want to put forces and stuff and meter sticks and the merry-go-rounds and drones and multiple merry-go-rounds spinning at different rates. All kinds of stuff, man. It's going to be awesome.
Well, run it by me, dude. Maybe I'm back. Like I said, I'll do it. And just
let me know when, and I'll walk you through what we need here.
Walk me through it, dude. I got a pen.
Why don't you ask AI to do it?
Yeah, you could, man. But you'd have to download Blender. But still, Yeah, run it by me, dude.
I don't think you'd need Blender.
To get the AI to do it? Yeah, of course you would.
Honestly,
Do
I
it
don't
and then
think they'll ever
produce it.
do it.
No, I'll do. I get Blender to do it all the time, but specifically, well, so there's a couple ways you could do it. You could ask it to tell you a Blender script, and then just type that into the Blender scripting part, or you can get Blender and download the or install the add-on for Chat GPT. And that works too. But I don't think you can just ask it to make you something and you not even have the program. There is a website. I forget what the website's called, but it's a modeling program or website that you just typed in the prompt and it gives you like a 3D environment. But yeah, I don't know if that one works very well. But what's yeah, just run me by your thing, dude.
I mean, it's pretty simple. You have a meter stick. You have a drone going from one end of the meter stick to another end of the meter stick, so we know it traveled a meter. I want to have a merry-go-round underneath and above it while the drone's traveling this meter. And then I want to have it trace out the paths on the roundabout below it and the roundabout above it. They're going to be going different speeds, so it's going to look like they're going different lengths. Then trace the path on the ground of the both of the non-inertial frames, the rotating frames, the merry-go-round below and above. Trace the path out, unravel those cords in the top of the screen, show how they're different lengths. Then I want to have as it's traveling, I want to show that there are no forces making this drone go left or right. There's no forces making it go left or right, and then show it from the non-inertial frames, show that it looks like there's a force there, but we know there's not. That's why it's called a pseudo force, because there's not actually a force there. And that's why we know it's a pseudo force, because we know there is no force there, because we know it's actually going straight. Stuff like that.
Actually going straight. Okay, and also
because if there was an actual force there making it turn, it would be turning, because there would be a force there, but there's not, right?
Well, it is turning.
No, it's going straight. It's not turning. It's not going left to right. There's no force pushing it left to right. It's not turning.
Sorry, I had to let in the dog. No, it is turning in the other two reference frames.
Yeah, but we know that's just an apparent deviation because you're rotating.
All right, fair enough. Well, and just to be clear on this animation, there's not an environment. I mean, there's not an atmosphere, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, we're not going to have wind.
Atmosphere, gotcha.
Okay. There's no forces making the drone move left or right. It's just going in a straight line.
Sure. Well, from the perspective of someone standing in front of it, from someone standing perpendicular to that person, it'd be going left to right, or someone.
No matter where you're standing, no matter where you're standing and viewing this from, there is no actual force pushing this left or right. It doesn't matter where you look at it from. It doesn't matter where you look at something from. There either is a force there or there isn't a force there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being pedantic because you just probably want to use different words. Left and right are relative directions, so you can be standing in the same frame, just perpendicular to that person, and it will be moving left to right.
We're talking about the left to right deviation you see when you're rotating on the roundabout underneath it.
I get you. But like I said, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's a couple ways to do this. Yeah, to make it look. I mean, because you want to see basically the same thing from all frames, different kinds in all frames.
Yeah, one of the roundabouts we could have spinning crazy fast. The other one we could just have it spinning a little slow. Show how in both of the reference frames it's got it going different distances. when it's actually just going one distance, the meter. All kinds of stuff. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, sorry, I had to let the dogs in again. But yeah, even though it sounds, it does sound.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it just sounds fundamentally wrong in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no.
Well, yeah, because you said it's going 1 meter, blah blah blah. That 1 meter is only in respect to one frame, though. It's not in respect to all frames or the other 2 frames you want me to animate. But what would be fun though? I was thinking about doing like a presentation on like how to use like AI to make stuff in Blender, because perhaps there's a lot of people who don't know how to use Blender, and they want to make these animations like the one you want to make, dumb one you want to make. The funny thing is, even if you show people how to do it, people like you are still going to be pretend like you're incapable of downloading it, and then make fun of people who do Blender, and then ask them to do stuff for you anyway.
Stuff. My computer can't handle stuff, bro.
The Blender's not that.
Dude, I couldn't even open that Arc of the Parallel 900-page thing. That shit froze my computer up.
Okay, never mind. It's a document. All right.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Hey, Kosho.
What's up, Bacon? Jeremy was just actually tasking you with something. He had a project for you.
Yeah, that's too big
I know,
of a project. You remember the of course you remember the projectile thing you came up with?
Yeah. We asked Charlie the other day. I didn't even. I feel bad. I didn't look at his answer.
I saw that he's trying to solve it too. He had a couple of tries, a couple of guesses that weren't. I mean, they were not that far. They're closer than yours. They were still very.
First of all,
but that's the thing I want to talk to you about, like, because I see you. I'm trying to dig into the chat here, trying to get your answer, because I'm trying to get everyone that tried all their answers. It put on the table to correlate them, see how close each one got, and how well the results match. And I'm not sure if the last one I found here from you is your final answer or not, because the longitude is quite off. I don't know if you want that as your final answer.
It's not the final answer.
You have a final answer?
Yeah, I do. Give me a second.
All right. Well, Zenix, I think is the worst, because he only put like 2 digits in each. It sounds like he did on pen and paper and didn't bother using.
Well, I told Charlie that we and you did it in different ways, but both got the right answer. But I guess I have a bad memory.
I'm very curious on how Coffee Comforter did his.
What did he get? He had the right answer?
Oh, he got very close to mine into few jigs.
Can you post the question again?
Sure. 1 second.
The way you have it right now, because it's possible that I took different considerations than. Yeah, it's probably just wrong. Right. I remember you said how you did yours, and I remember that it was interesting. The orbital thing.
Oh, that's not how I did mine. I mean, it is, but I simulated it. Coffee did that mathematically, which is very impressive.
I'm going to do it mathematically. I'm going to do it mathematically as well. I'm going to treat it like I'm a virgin, and I'd never even seen it before, heard of it before. Yeah. What are you basing the right answer on? On just the answer you got? It's the right answer?
Oh, I have 3 answers that match with 3 different methods. So pretty confident.
Whatever.
And the other ones that don't match, they don't match each other either. So, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe we all 3 made the same mistakes, even by using different methods.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how they got the. That's why they think Earth is a sphere. bunch of people just lied and got it wrong, but got the same answer.
I'll go. I'll go the same radius.
But I'm sorry, everybody else.
Fair point.
Hey, real quick, also left lane. I had a question the other night. Last time I was in here, you were part of the conversation. We were all talking about stellar parallax. You remember that? You were asking what's about the article or the paper he was talking about. Remember this conversation?
Yeah, I got it.
Because he was ridiculing me, criticizing me because he says I only touched on one of the things he talked. I know that because the thing I said was only about one of the things he talked about, not all 10. But I was only talking about one of the things he was talking about, not all 10. And I feel like when you were asking him about like, hey, do you have a paper that says that? What were you talking about exactly? Because it could be that I was thinking you were talking about the same thing that I was thinking about, but maybe I heard wrong and you were talking about the whole collection of them. But yeah, do you remember specifically what it was that you were asking about?
I can't remember which specifically he was talking about but today I asked him again his source on these things he was saying, but I did get my hands on that document and I found that he was talking about the limitations of being able to determine parallax less than an arc second or something.
Right.
And that phrase he kept reading had to do with looking through the atmosphere. And looking further on it, I did some research today while I was sitting still, and it turns out that we can actually measure down to 0.002 of an arc second from the satellites.
Wow. So, from satellites. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I mean, because that was all I was asking about was about the specifically because he was talking about the negative parallax and the fact that we arbitrarily, or not arbitrarily, but he said that if we have negative parallax, like at those scales, when it's like because it's so far away that at those scales it's the margin of error. I don't remember if he said margin of error or if he said the range, but he was talking about how they just mark it as parallax, even if it says negative parallax. And from what I understood, that was only applying to ones that are very close to zero. But when I brought that up, and he was acting like that's the only thing I was focused on. When, that was the only thing I was asking about. That's the only thing I was focused on. But yeah, either way.
And those result, what I saw on that was due to possibly stellar clouds or, like nebula or something between you and the star that you're trying to look at.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly how that affects it, but when they were talking about the negative parallax, they were talking about obstruction, basically.
I was talking about obstruction, okay. Because I know that it was whenever the margin, whenever the basically when the difference between that value, like the range, or the difference between that value and like it being zero. So if it was that close to zero, if that was greater than the margin of error, or if that was closer than smaller than the margin of error, then that's why they would just count negative parallax as just parallax, is because of the fact that if that's the case, it's like a 50-50 chance that it is above or below. It's 50-50 chance which star is closer, basically. So, like as a convention, it makes sense to just count it as parallax instead of negative parallax because they have
it's the same. Yeah, it's the same as calculating the spherical axis on small triangles over on a sphere that you may get plus or minus on the 180 degrees.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's like, obviously, if you think it's a globe, in that case, like those are obviously, if it's below the margin of error, then it's probably just that, like just an error. It's below 180. But anyway, I was just curious because I was gonna ask you about that because I didn't want to go back and listen, but I wasn't sure if maybe I just heard wrong because I thought that you guys were specifically talking about that one thing not the whole 10 things he brought up, but still. Fair enough.
It's hard to talk about 10 things at once. Yeah, my point today was, if we've got these questionable numbers, there do exist significant parallax in the closer stars, the ones that they're sure about, and
oh yeah,
we could talk about those instead of the ones that are questionable.
Yeah, I brought that up too. That's obviously the closer ones. Even if there are still some that they realize they were wrong about, every now and then, that's few and far between. It's not a common thing when they're closer, and you can be more certain about it or more sure about it, more confident. But yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember.
Well, I would call
about that night.
I would call the least value of this 2,000th of an arc second into question.
What do you mean?
That's your least value for how much you could measure 2,000th of an arc second?
That's what he says. That's what Left Lane says. From the satellites in space. Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. Why not? What's your point, man?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you guys were talking about something real on Earth that we could actually go touch.
You can get access right now to Hubble's telescope and their data. Right now.
Yeah. Like I said,
I can also get access
to
I can also get access to a Wolverine comic. Does that mean it's real?
Yeah. The comic is
really?
If you can get access to it, well, the comic is.
Nah, I'm asking if Wolverine's real because it's like when they say the Bible's real or Jesus is real because the Bible's, stuff. It's like, no, you don't know that. A man wrote the book. Same with the Wolverine stuff. Same with the Hubble stuff. It's put out digitally. What do you think? You can trust it?
I personally do, but I get your point. I will
a little
say
bit
that
of a coincidence that Adobe Photoshop and the Hubble share the same year release date, so it's a little suspicious.
That's a good point. Now, the first thing you said, I think that's a good way of putting it, is a little bit of a coincidence. Yeah. Doesn't really mean much, but
suspicious. Yeah, a little suspicious. That's all.
No, it's not a little suspicious though, but it is a little bit of a coincidence.
A little bit suspicious.
It depends on what you'd be suspicious of.
Well, I'm suspicious because the same year we start getting this amazing, footage from space was also the year that this program came about where you could start creating these amazing pictures.
Yeah, the funny thing is, it was so fake and such a fraud that they could even take pictures right away. They had to send up another mission just to have people go up there and fix it before they could get back a picture.
Of course,
it's amazing how
they faked it. Another few $1 million out of it. Yeah. They had the sunken cost fallacy. They're like, guys, we already got $3 billion or however many billions in this Hubble thing. You might as well let us spend another couple $100 million or whatever it takes.
Wow.
Why not pull that trick 5,000 more times then? They could be fixing the Hubble every year.
I'm still amazed that these guys are so upset over 0.4% of the federal budget. I mean, why aren't they upset?
You haven't seen James Webb? Come on, Kosho.
Dude, I don't care how much it is compared to any other budget. Like, that's millions and billions wasted, okay? It doesn't matter how much it is compared to anything else.
0.4%. I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's wasted millions, dude. How do you fucking...
Listen to me. Listen to me, Sensei. God damn it. Do you have to fucking interrupt me all the time? The Defense Department spends the entire NASA budget in about 2 weeks, yet you guys seem to think, oh, we need more than that.
No, I don't think that at all. I don't care about the defense budget.
Well, then why aren't you on here railing about the defense budget? No, you're on here railing about NASA, for fuck's sake.
Actually, you need to find me a time when I've complained about the fucking budget. That's not even in my argument. I don't care about the fucking budget, man. Listen, that's not the point. Of course it's wasted. Who cares? What are you gonna do about that? The best we can do is help wake people up, like on the streets at this point.
I saw this fucking person sleeping on the streets earlier. Earlier this year actually, and they were sleeping on the streets, and it was right in front of this concert place called Stubbs downtown, and it was on the corner. And I swear, like the way that this person was laying.
20 times. Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
You've been to Stubbs? Yeah, I saw White Stripes
Stubbs.
there, and
I've played Stubbs probably 20 times. I used to live in Austin.
yeah, it's just a good place.
It's a good place. Yeah.
But yeah, I was right on that corner, and it was daytime. It was really bright, and there was an ass. Like the person's ass was. I tell you, I was really confused after this experience because when I got closer to this person, who had this really great ass and these pants, these shorts, spandex, and I realized it may have been a man. Actually, I wasn't sure. I actually wasn't sure because it was like a homeless person, and people were walking right past this person.
Yeah.
I feel like if it was a woman, actually, people wouldn't have. Just like people ignored. Even a cop drove by, like nobody did anything. So.
Well, dude, around that corner is is that Goodwill? Is it or Army? Not Swiss Army. What the fuck am I thinking? Red Cross, Goodwill, and who's the?
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army. There we go. Jesus, I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yeah, that whole area is like homeless city, homeless town.
My friend, when we were kids, we were driving past there one time. And he called it Hobo Depot.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what it is. But you know what's so funny is like those folks come around to shows, come around to all kinds of stuff, especially when South by's going on, and it's like they get so much free shit. I'll bet it's so much fun for them.
Oh yeah.
And you actually saw White Stripe live?
Well, yeah, I seen the White Stripe. That was the first. That was one of the. No, I don't even want to tell you the first concert I went to. But that was the first concert I went to as a teenager, I guess.
That's cool because I didn't know anything about him until about 2 years ago when I was searching for best covers of a song, and their song of Jolene was on that list. And since then, since they're already gone, I'm now a fan, even though they're long gone.
Well, Jack White still, I think he still makes music. He's pretty good. I mean, I think he's a good songwriter or a good riff.
He's an excellent songwriter. His wife / fiance / sister was a horrible drummer, but.
Are you just saying slash because you're not sure which one she is, or was that really?
It changed over time. She was a sister for a while, the girlfriend for a while, and then the wife for a while. Now divorced, I guess.
Yeah, there's no way to know with those two. No way to know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought it was his ex-girlfriend, or for a while I
think they actually got married, but I don't remember. But they called him sister anyway. She sucks at the drums, but I guess she must. I think she has other attributes that he cared about, so we put it that way.
Well, I mean, a lot of times, you have a band member just because you needed that band member for like a show or photos, and they end up just becoming part of the band because they have an inconsequential role.
Yeah,
and at that point, Jack White was writing songs that any drummer, a 5-year-old, could have fucking played too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was not good at drums, but like I said, I don't think she was there because of her drum playing ability, shall we say?
Right.
I think Seven Nation Army is such a good song, almost because it's so simple.
Right.
But you're right. It's like all the drums is especially simple, and all the songs all the songs he was a part of.
Like I said, I was looking for cover songs, and I knew about some of them, like Johnny Cash singing "Hurt," but this one was Jolene, and I'm going like, whoa! Except for the guy singing about another guy, which is kind of weird. But if you think about it, that would really be weird. If some girl was going to take your gay lover. No, and someone like Jack, you never know if he swings both sides. Both sides of the plate.
But yeah, he is a good songwriter, though. I think.
Did you see the one where the boat's playing seven? The big cruise ship is playing the do 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 do.
Oh, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen that.
Let me see if I can find that for you. It's pretty good.
That's what I'm saying. That's like one of the like best like simple, but like great sounding riffs. Because I guess that's why he plays it throughout the entire song.
I'm going to Wichita.
Listening to that song the other day too, and I'm thinking like, what is his lyrics even about? Anyhow, it's good to have a nice Seven Nation Army break every now and again.
After you listen to it regular speed, Kosho, play it at 1.5 speed.
What happens? Let me see.
And listen to it at normal speed, and then play it at 1.5 speed. It takes the tone.
Okay, okay. That's cool.
The hardest.
I didn't know ships could do that. I thought they had just one horn.
What's that? Oh, these guys have got multiple horns. There's another one where these guys are playing, "We Will Rock You." We will rock you. Anyway.
I thought ships just had just one horn.
No.
Speakers
They're
went out.
multiple horns. They're even the steam engine has got. The train has got, I think, 3 horns.
I had one once. It was called Norton Air Chimes, and it's funny because when you got one of those on you, it doesn't matter where you fire it off. They know there's a train coming, and they jump. No matter where you are, they jump, man. And a dude bought it from me to put on his motorcycle, something crazy like that. And I knew the guy that stole it off a train. So they were called Norton Air Chimes, and 2 were forward, and 1 was faced backwards. 3 different air horns.
Norton hears a horn.
I wouldn't want to hear that on a motorcycle. You'd have to deafen yourself.
People get out of the way. You got to keep an air tank around. That's the problem.
Oh, Jesse in the house. So Jesse.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey man, I gotta say, just as a bystander, yeah, it is different again.
What's that?
Voice. You got a different voice every time.
Oh, I'm on my webcam mic right now. It's probably not very good.
That is just.
We're up to 4. We got 4 ballers here now. Wow.
And if we were a human, we'd be a mutant. We have 4 balls. But anyway, yeah, Jesse, I was just gonna say, man, because as a bystander, I'm sometimes observing your exchanges and hearing stuff. And I gotta tell you, dude, you get an unfair criticism. I feel like, because you're one of the nicest guys on our side. Yeah, I think you're one of the nicest guys on our side. But for some reason, the perception on the other side is always like you're just always getting like this crazy claims, like that you have like some weird motives or some evil intentions or something. But I couldn't picture you as having evil intentions.
Me neither.
I can. That is missing.
But yeah, I think like Geo on the globe side, on the flat earth side, he's like one of the nicer guys. Like he's just like, this guy doesn't have a mean bone in his body. I feel like Jesse's like the same way on the globe side. Like, he's the last person that could imagine, like he'd never say something nasty about anybody.
Who's the guy that runs the Flat Earth University? Brian something?
Yeah, isn't he a Mormon?
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's not the brightest dude in the book, but he's pretty nice.
He runs that with his wife? Am I right?
Yeah.
Is he Mormon?
I don't know.
Kyle?
But he's one of the nicest flat earthers.
Was that Kyle?
Oh, Kyle. Yeah, that's his name, Kyle.
Could be wrong, but for some reason I remember Flat Earth University being associated with the Mormon guy, but I could be wrong. Mormons are cool though.
It was a term being thrown around by Zulu One and Mark Sargent, and it was nothing. And then Kyle Adams decided to try and put a curriculum behind it, like lessons.
See, that would be difficult.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing. But I did put a curriculum together based around the flat Earth. This is right as that the other thing, the quarantine thing that they did. Right as that was starting, I was planning before that for spring break, and then I eventually planned it for summer, and then eventually didn't do it. But I was going to set up this camp for kids, like a 2-week camp or 1-week camp, like a science thing, and it's going to be based around
camp? Like
the flat Earth. Not fat camp, but flat camp. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's actually not bad. But regardless, I was basing around that, and there was going to be like a pretend flat earther instructor type thing, where like you challenge them with the arguments of the flat Earth, and hopefully that inspires them to, or motivates them to want to challenges them.
Kosho, what if we brought in like the Ultimate Fighter? We bring people off the street who don't care about the subject, and then they get coached on both subjects, flat and globe, and then go into competition amongst themselves based on how they were trained, and then see if anyone converts to one direction or another.
Who's the writer guy? The guy at Gems, the writer guy.
Scott Veach?
Yeah, Scott. You should talk to Scott Veach about writing a TV show, or
Oh, yeah. We talked about that a whole bunch.
Flat Camp, I like that name.
Flat Camp, though, yeah. That's actually not a bad name for a show based around like a ranch cult, like a cult. But a ranch.
The thing I like it is it's sort of a play on Space Camp. It'll be Flat Camp.
Yeah. It's not a bad name because it's like it's the kind of name, it's the kind of title that already like gives you ideas of fat camp and then flat Earth. So I like it. But no, but yeah, but we were saying though, Dan. See, one way you could do it is you wouldn't have somebody teaching them flat Earth, but you'd have the guy who's proclaiming and asserting the flat Earth, and he's obviously giving you the evidences or the arguments, and that would kind of be like teaching the flat Earth. And then you'd have some resource that you could go to ask questions. It wouldn't necessarily be asserting the globe, though. It would just be like a resource that you could go to ask questions that because I mean the whole goal would be for the people in this class or whatever, they'd be inspired based on their, most of them would be already under the idea that it's a globe, and like immediately under the idea that the other person is wrong, but they probably wouldn't know why. And so just like you see with most globers who aren't real scientific people, they're just kind of regular people. That if they get confronted with the flat Earth and then they start arguing against it, oftentimes the things that they argue aren't true or correct. Like it's some people will say gravity is caused because the Earth rotates or whatever. They don't really know anything about it. So the kids have like that sentiment. But they don't know why exactly. So they start arguing things, and those type of people, when they argue flat earthers, they say things, and the flat earthers will end up schooling them, which can be pretty powerful actually when it happens. Which, I mean, that in itself converts people to the flat Earth. At least I know people who've been converted because of experiences like that.
You ever see the BBC show where they convince these guys they're actually on a space flight?
I never watched it, but I saw
Yeah.
That's
the first episode.
That's sort of like what you got planned there.
They tried to do a show right around 2020 for I forget the name of the A&E was trying to do a show, interviewed all the flat earthers, and they were going to go against basically flat earthers against scientists and go through different observations together on location and stuff.
Do the Odysee measurement together. That kind of stuff.
But see, I was told, I got advice from a reality show person that what sells and what makes something like that interesting is that it's episodic. And if you're going to try and get a couple of seasons out of it, you should probably start with history and go. And so I thought we should go through all the old experiments and maybe even go on location, if they're looking to throw away money. And then 2020 hit and we weren't really into getting masked up. It didn't feel like masking up. And we were pretty confident we weren't going to be flying anywhere due to shots and shit. So it kind of put a halt on production, and then everything just got weird. So the production costs started to get stupid, I think, with everyone's ideas of what experiments to do. And then flat earthers didn't get along. It kind of lost momentum.
My idea was to secretly out because Witchett's never seen me or Nathan Thompson either. But like I was planning, like when they first said they were going on tour, I said I was going to go undercover like a flat earther who was just excited about joining them or just tagging along or whatever, and then like asking if I could videotape it or whatever, and just like making like a short docu-series. Because any one of those tours, so whether the American one or the European one, if that was actually documented, there was plenty of great content for a short series like reality show or docu-series or something like that.
I nearly went to 2 different flat Earth conventions. I just, it was like $200. I was gonna throw $200 at.
Dude, you love it, Paid.
No, I wouldn't actually.
You're the biggest flat Earth fan I've ever met.
They kicked me out like they did.
Everybody.
Out? Team Skeptic. He had a ticket.
Team Skeptic.
I mean, you really love this stuff.
But it was free.
No, I mean,
yeah.
They kicked out Team Skeptic even though he had a ticket.
George.
Did they kick George out too? George went a couple of times.
Yep. Me and that same one that George went to. I made badges for me and Branch and VD. But Branch canceled last minute, and also I got my car stolen that morning by the cops.
You guys are looking at it all wrong. You shouldn't be trying to figure out how to get into them and pay $200. We should be figuring out how to run our own and get the $200.
Yeah, that'd be a smart thing.
Wow. Jesse's got his shit together.
I know in Australia, if we've always talked about meeting up, it's going to be more of a flat Earth, globe Earth, what do you call that? Like a conference. No, not yeah, it's already called a conference. Not a conference, but a summit. That's right. Flat Earth, globe Earth summit. Speaking of Scott Beach, I was trying to convince him to him and a couple of the other rich dudes to basically fund like a Las Vegas Flat Earth conference.
It's already happening in October.
This October?
Vegas.
Yep. Karen B is doing her Flattoberfest in Vegas this year.
Yeah, but those look so lame. I'll probably go though.
How much does it cost to get in?
Those are cheaper, like $30 or $40. But it might be more expensive if it's in Vegas. I don't know.
Who's that going to support?
Well, when Davison did it, it was supposedly to pay for the conference, but his were pretty steep, so I'm not sure if that was all necessary for the conference. But probably was though, because they always got that conference room at like some hotel. So and the conference room was always pretty big. So I know that costs money.
Those conference rooms are often comped if you get enough people to stay at the hotel.
Oh, that's a good point. But
that's what Jem tried to tell me, and it's just bullshit. Get on the phone, prove that. I think that's just total bullshit.
That's true.
Do you think so?
I did.
Yeah,
It sounds feasible. Sounds like
they're going to give away a conference hall in hopes that you sell rooms.
Well, no, you need to sell the rooms in order to get. I mean, if you don't meet the minimum, then you're screwed. But
well, how would you know that going in? How many you're going to sell?
well, you have to. I would hope that people would show up to your conference. I mean, you know how many tickets you're going to sell ahead of time.
How?
You have an idea how many? I mean, I don't know for the flat Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, most of the flat earthers are pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 6 people in a room. Everyone getting an Airbnb, Airbnbs. A lot of alternatives to spending a hotel.
Oh, he's right though. Because I was just googling it, and I live now in Texas, so I guess it pulled up Dallas automatically, but I didn't even type in Dallas. But it says like for one of these hotels, it says if you get 20 people booked, then you get one complimentary conference room. Wait, hold on. They might have just said complimentary room, not conference room. But let me see.
Now, it looks like it's a thing people do. There's a page I'm reading that's giving advice for event planners, and one of the things they recommend is trying to get a free meeting space rental if you book enough rooms, it looks like.
In the case of those things, they weren't just taking over rooms; they were taking over the lobby area, and for booths and sales. It wasn't just like it's kind of taking over the whole place.
Right. You take over the whole hotel, you get the whole hotel.
One saying, like, if you get like 40 people free meeting room, 50 people free banquet hall as well. Just different. I think different offers from different people. But I mean that makes sense though. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It depends on how bad the hotel's suffering.
I was gonna say in the middle of Nebraska.
Yeah. I mean, it would make sense there actually. Yeah, it would make sense in like a big hotel in New York City or something because they're gonna get booked regardless.
Kansas would be the best place for a Flat Earth conference.
Remember, you actually want Kansas for Flat Earth. I got you. Well, don't forget, you actually want to be where people want to be, or else no one's going to show up to your hotel. I mean, if you have a conference center in Fargo, North Dakota, no one's going to come there very often.
Yeah, you'd want to avoid places where you can see the ocean because the sun might set over the horizon.
You guys got all the quips today.
Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Hey, Dan. I'm doing okay.
So I'm out of jail with all the Earth.
What were you in jail for?
Recently?
He said he was out of jail with the other flat earthers, not literal jail, just like emotional jail.
I thought he was in like real jail.
That's what I like about Dan though. He goes against even his own side when he'll go against the world. If he thinks that he's right about something, which is the right thing to do.
Go with it. I'm trying to go with the world if I can. It's just the world is fucked up.
It's good to stand. It's good to stand your ground in the face of opposition that's even on your side.
I'm back, baby.
I still don't I mean, back from the people that blocked you. Like, you want to be back with them after they blocked you for years?
It's not them. It's any event. It's any chat. I can't pop in anywhere. Can't invite anyone. Can't ask anyone to participate in anything because they're being told not to. They're being told that I'm naughty. I'm naughty. I've been told. They told everyone I'm naughty.
I thought you were going to say you weren't allowed to ask anyone out for a second.
Yeah, don't play. Don't play. Don't play with. You're not allowed to play with that kid. I wasn't allowed to play. And it's Matt's fault. The reason why I mention it is because it's all Matt's fault.
That's true.
And it's funny because you fought for a year while I fought for a year outside of Discord. You didn't know I was pushing it, and I didn't know you were here. It's kind of funny.
That was over Nathan Thompson's flyer, but I haven't heard from Nathan Thompson in a while. Does anybody know what he's up to?
I've seen him recently in a debate. Well, yeah, with Bacon. With fucking Bacon and Riff. That's right. Fucking.
Here on Discord or somewhere else?
It was on Modern Day Debates, I believe. It was about celestial navigation. It was Nathan Thompson and Brian Leakey. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
They're trying to have a collection for Bob's funeral. They're up to like $10,000, and they're, I guess, trying to get 15 because that's what I guess Jaron thought it cost because his mom died, and that's what it cost for her. So they're trying to get $15,000 together.
This is news to me. Bob Nodell.
Yeah, Bob. Oh, yeah, that's what's going on. Bob passed away.
Oh, how recently?
Yeah,
very, very recently. Yeah.
A week ago.
Does anybody know the cause, or are they not really seeing that?
You just know he was sick. Some people say for a while.
Long declining health. Yeah.
The like enlarged heart was the. Although I guess they haven't gotten a full like biopsy thing, but I guess enlarged heart was what the hospital said when he came in.
That's what took. That's what.
Sorry to hear that.
Grinch.
He seemed like a nice guy. I mean, obviously I disagreed with him, but he seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, definitely the biggest name because we lost a lot of people over the past couple of years. A buddy of mine on the globe side, but people on the flat side. I think after Bob Skiba, because that was a big name, but I think Bob's probably the biggest name, flat earther. That's.
So anyway, if they put together the $15,000, I'm thinking maybe $5,000 we could put Nathan Thompson in the box.
Jesus.
I would donate for that.
That's what I figured. If we're that close,
No way it's going to cost less than $10,000.
Well, it depends on if it's a burial or cremation.
You can get you can get an economy cremation around here for like $700 or $800.
Yeah, I was talking about a hitman, but yeah, cremation. I wouldn't want to be cremated though.
Would a hitman have to account for the curvature of the earth?
Yeah, it would be even more. But
haven't you seen that video show? The Coriolis video about that, the sniper.
Oh yeah.
Didn't Globebuster supposedly do one?
Amazing how he makes claims that other people always amuses me. That mean you're talking about the flat earther guy? What's his name? God,
Jaronism?
No, there's another
Dave
guy.
Murphy. D Murphy 25, I think. On
Something
that one.
like that. He's been at flat Earth conventions saying he was a Marine sniper.
Allegedly. Dave. Or is it a different Dave?
I think it's a different Dave. I don't know. I will. The sniper doesn't interest me along. The other one that kind of rolled my eyes at is when you guys start talking about surveying and stuff.
I can never find this video when I want to show it.
I'm pretty sure I know the one you mean.
Okay. You're so weird when you're reasonable.
I'm very reasonable. That's the problem.
I'm flummoxed. That video is pretty good though, because there would be a lot of calculations in long distance shooting that would have to be done super on the fly. You know, like let's say tank warfare or something like that, where you're
Well, they do
everything.
that. They do that. I mean, have you seen the Navy? The Navy, when they fired those big guns, they did lots of calculations. They would always have. They had analog computers back, in World War II. I mean, this
So you'd not only have to deal with the Coriolis on a globe, you could overshoot. You'd have to worry about your dropping beyond the target.
Yep.
Dropping beyond it, huh?
It's a lot of calculation.
Yep.
I guess I never thought about that. Because if you just do the regular kinematics for like you have like a what do you call that, free body diagram, whatever. Like the physics classroom, diagram of where a ball's going to go. I guess when you do that equation, it is going to end up going further than.
So you got your motion, you got the other ship's motion, you've got the Earth's motion.
Yep.
Then you got the Earth shape. Then the Earth shape. Then before the fucking wind. Yeah.
You got the wind.
And then you're bobbing. Then you're bobbing in the water.
You're bobbing and rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's lucky they hit anything at all, but they were actually quite good.
Wait. Can we go over that for a second though about the going further than expected? Just because I'm
trying to post it. Hold on. Try to post a couple of pictures that I found about. See.
If you have a normal arc on a flat surface, you just sort of arc it and drop it in on something. But you'd have a different calculation if you're not shooting over a flat surface. You'd have that squared part of the calculation.
Right. Well,
because the squared part is a drop. We just measure it in flat feet when we're squaring it, but it's a drop. It's a angle difference. It's an angle difference when you're not.
Well, I mean, No, because you're right. Like I said, I understand that. Yeah, it would go further than expected. But I'm trying to consider when that would become relevant and like at what magnitude.
Go back to arrows and spears. It seems to me that whether you were lining up east or west would make a huge difference in warfare.
Oh yeah, when you do east and west, then you have to start worrying about the. I got in trouble when I called it the Odysee effect from Jeremy, but you have to worry about the fact that it'll carry further if you shoot east and less if you shoot west. So they have that problem too.
Yeah, you should have a range advantage approaching from the direction of the other.
It's not that much, but yeah, when you're aiming at a ship,
why isn't it 500, 600, 700 miles an hour difference?
It's not.
Why not? Why not?
Because the whole ship, the difference is not that much. It's important though.
It's 500.
Yeah, hey, left lane is correct.
Miles an hour.
Left lane is correct. I stole this from you, left lane. So
it's 500 plus miles an hour difference.
No, because it's not.
Because it's not.
Are we talking east-west?
Yeah, east-west. It's not 500 miles.
Well, yeah, because the shooter is also moving at that rate. So yeah,
the difference would have to do with the time of flight too. The longer the projectile's in the air, the longer the difference would make.
One's going with the momentum, one's going against.
Yep, it does make a difference. It is not a huge difference, but it is important, especially when you're trying to hit a small.
500 miles an hour.
No, it's not, Dan, because you're moving 500 miles an hour. It's not that. It is a factor. It is not a huge factor.
I'm just gonna say, thank God, I'm not gonna raise my voice right. That's all I.
Anyway, so here's I think the first picture I posted is what Kosho saying that if you fire it where you calculate the ship to be based on the flat Earth, you'll fall beyond the target because your line of sight. Now, obviously, these pictures are exaggerated because you're not going to fire a quarter of the Earth with a shell, but
check this out. There's this recent long range, like the furthest rifle shot there's been, and I think it was like 9 miles or something like that. And your target's out of sight. They took 83 shots to hit it by having a spotter call it out the landing. So they called it a sniper shot at like, I think it was 8 or 9 miles. I don't know. And
that's actually more like artillery shot than a
yeah,
shot.
so it hardly counts. And how are you going to call it a sniper shot when you took 83 shots to hit it? You know,
it got close probably.
So Jaron had reached out to one of these guys that had the world record for a shot, and he was saying that the fucking wind was such an issue in 3 different directions that the spin of the earth never even came up.
With a bullet? Yes. The smaller the projectile.
He said it was just ridiculous over that much distance how much different wind speeds there were.
Yeah, right. With that small of a projectile, it would make a big difference. The bigger the projectile, the less difference you have.
And the arc of the shot was like 2,500 feet in the air. He was shooting way up in the air. Not even. Yeah, it was like it was an artillery shot, basically.
Yeah, it's artillery shot basically with a bullet. Now, if he was using a cannon, a normal artillery shot, you don't have to be that close because the damn thing fragments. That's one of the reasons why the artillery is so big. You can get close.
So a cannonball must have been clearly just like for destruction more, than they must have quickly realized we need to put some other shit in here.
Right, as soon as they found gunpowder. Yeah, back in the day when they were firing cannon out of those things, they were they were accurate, but
you think the big 16-inch guns on the Missouri and stuff are rifled? Think those barrels are rifled?
Yes, they are rifled.
Those shells are like 800 pounds apiece. Something big like that. I find it hard to believe they could hit a fucking thing. I'd like to see some footage.
Oh, you should see the pictures. I mean, come on, those guys, they did hit things. They were good. The Brits were really good. They practiced.
But I think it's all by spotting. I don't think the shooters.
Not in naval battles. No, although they did have spotting planes, most of the time in World War II they were line of sight 12 miles away.
There is no such thing as line of sight 12 miles away.
12 miles from the top of a battleship, you can see. Yeah, you're like 200 feet off the water.
I don't like to compliment the British people very, very much, but they did hold their own in World War II. I won't give them that. Hey, Dan, what do you think about reference frames?
God, where's Jeremy?
I mean, clearly an issue, right? I mean, clearly a thing. What do you mean?
Well, no, I was just thinking this thing Jeremy asked me to do. He wants to make an animation for him regarding reference frames and airplanes and things. And
I thought that was
go ahead, Nat.
I thought that was CGI and didn't count.
Well, they got animations, and what's CGI one day is valuable the next.
The next day, okay, gotcha.
But regardless, yeah. So yeah, I'm of the mind that there's people in this community. Like a big problem that we have is there's a lot of people in this community who maybe don't maybe just oh fuck.
Oh, that sounded awful. I'm gonna take a bump. Hope he's.
So you're gonna take a bump. Oh fuck! And I spilled beer on my open sore.
Does it feel good?
Say what?
Does it feel good?
But it hurts. It's a blister.
You should kiss it, and maybe it'll feel better. Nah, I'm just giving you shit.
No, it's all good. It's very good. But I don't remember. I don't know what we're talking about. No, I'm not, it's not an offensive thing, but I know there's people who get it, but I feel like there's people in this community where no matter how long we've talked about it, maybe still don't grasp, what a reference frame is, what it means, its effect, and I think that causes problems.
Problem? Is there a 3-body problem? Is that
there's not a 3-body problem?
Why? I mean, did there used to be?
Zanik, you son of a bitch! You son of a bitch, man! It's true. If you say reference frames,
I'm here.
Zanik does show up. Yeah.
It's like you said, reference, and that was Jeremy's next one. He needs to show up too.
Jeremy's very confused after all these years. Like you said, Coach, you hit it nail on the head. After all these years, something is so simple at this point. Not simple to begin with. After 3 years, it's pretty simple. Just a point coordinate system. That's all it is.
Well, I don't mean it offensively, though. I honestly think that there's, I was thinking about this the other day. I was wondering if there's it's one of those things where it's just there's people that there's a different kind of thinking. How there's spatial intelligence, but then there's other type of intelligence. It's possible that people just don't grasp it.
It seems like it. I mean, Jeremy and I have been arguing. In fact, we were in a private room, and I finally just had to concede and agree with him because I know what he meant, but I couldn't figure out why he couldn't just accept another reference frame as reality also. Because everything is relative. It's overused and almost, cliche term now. It's all dependent on what reference frame or reference point you're looking at things. It's reference dependent.
Well, for some reason, he thinks there's a preferred reference frame.
Yeah, he thinks there's an absolute reference frame. That's just flawed thinking.
Yeah, no, but that's not. It's not that bad. That's not that. No,
it's
yeah,
not.
That's a very common intuition. It makes sense, right?
Well, the problem is, and you're right, and I think that's why I finally conceded. Okay, I get it. The preferred reference frame is the inertial. That's just the way you're thinking about it. You only went 1 meter. You only go 1 meter. I don't care what happens around you. Doesn't matter whatever happens. You only went 1 meter because the preferred reference frame is where he's stuck. But then he starts arguing that there's no way he could travel 1,000 miles around the Earth if it's spinning, really super fast, even though you only went 1 meter. He doesn't want. How could you only have enough gas for 1 meter? Well, Jeremy, let's talk about jumping on a big flatbed truck. Jump up in the air. He slams on the brake. You only jumped maybe to jump 1 meter on the flatbed truck. You jump 1 meter, but the truck stopped and you smashed into the cab. You went 50 meters. Didn't you go 50 meters with respect to the truck now? No, that's different. Why are you going to convolute things and make another example and just try to? It's your tactic. It's your tactic.
Well, hold on. You said you jumped up in the air. The truck crashed, and you hit the truck at 50 miles per hour in reference to the truck.
Yeah, in reference to the truck.
All right.
You took a step. I mentioned you took a 1 meter jump, just like the meter stick. You jumped 1 meter, but in the middle of the jump, the truck crashed into something, and then you crashed into the cab. You went more than a meter with reference to the flatbed. You've moved maybe 20, 30, 40 feet, possibly. But how is that possible if you only jumped 1 meter? Because with respect to the flatbed, you traveled 40, 50 because it moved underneath you. I don't know why there's a problem. Oh, it's these sorcery. It's
actually pretty good, man.
I don't get it. But it's not much of an argument. I mean, like you said, we understand what they mean. I just don't know why they can't put the puzzle pieces together. Even Whitsitt, as smart as he says he is, talking about that Foucault pendulum, I was dying laughing with his idea that with this independent reference frame gimbal, that something changes. That even a still motion pendulum would process. It's like, no, it won't.
Wait, what was the argument? I was going to say
some kind of.
Go ahead,
He thought that the pendulum would actually precess even if it wasn't swinging, because if you had established an independent reference frame, meaning a gimbal that had no friction whatsoever, and you hung this pendulum, because it's free to move, it will move. The Earth will move underneath the pendulum. He's missing the link with the fact that when you're setting this thing up, that you've actually attached the pendulum, hung it down, it's hanging, not even swinging, just hanging there, that everything is still moving. For some reason, they can't grasp that concept that you're setting it up where it's moving. So to conserve angular momentum, it has to be moving with the Earth. Everything is rotating now. The pendulum is hanging, the structure is holding the pendulum, the Earth itself, everything's rotating. So you wouldn't see a precession, because precession is the other reference frame. And they have a hard time separating reference frames, right? So it's almost expected, these objections.
But the suspension device is connected to the Earth, so it's same
Yes.
reference frame. Same.
Well,
reference.
no, forget about same reference frame. Reference frame is what you're looking at things from. They all can. You could be looking at moving things, rotating things, accelerating things. Doesn't matter. Just a point coordinate system, just like a camera.
I'm not sure of that, because the word frame would represent a container. Therefore,
No, it does not represent a container.
Mechanically,
I guess you know what? I'll give you that. Sure,
it is.
I'll let you. I'll let you have that one. I'll let you have that one. It's a big container, and inside, if you could look at this big container that goes off into infinity, and it has little dots that are equally spaced apart, those are all coordinates. Yes, there's your container, there's your dots. So we're looking at this globe and this pendulum and this structure holding the pendulum all inside this container on a ball, and the ball is spinning. So we're in the inertial frame.
And we're in a room, and we're hanging a pendulum.
But the room is rotating. And now, because the room is rotating, the actual structure holding the pendulum is rotating. The pendulum, when you hang it, it's going to be rotating. Everything's rotating. The precession ring around the pendulum, it's not. Hold on, let me finish the sentence, because this is key. The reference clock that's around the pendulum now, this focal pendulum reference ring, it's going to be rotating too. So everything is rotating. There'll be no precession. Precession is the idea that something is looking to be rotating, but it's really not. It's the other thing that's rotating. It looks like the pendulum's rotating, but it's really the ring that's rotating. That's the precession term. That's what that means.
So could we ever get it stationary to start a different observation?
I suppose you could make it inertial, but it'd be very difficult to do that. You'd have to somehow be swinging it, rotating it in the opposite direction of the Earth spin.
Why am I amazed by a wrecking ball hanging still? Why do I think that should be?
Why would the wrecking ball swing?
I think that it should be experiencing momentum.
The first law of motion is that things that are in motion tend to stay in motion. Things that are at rest tend to stay at rest. The thing that's hanging down, not moving, tends to stay at rest.
I would expect an angle from that.
Why?
The thing about the reason centripetal crap you guys talk about.
No, but it doesn't. No, it's how operating on everything. It's operating on the when you put the pendulum in motion, that causes it to stay.
Establish a plane.
Dan's right.
It establishes a plane.
Dan's right what he's saying, but that's already accounted for, because the centrifugal force will treat the ball or the pendulum as going upwards. It just lessens its weight, basically.
Dan, just try it out with your necklace next time you're on a flight.
Well, you know what I'd like to do on flights? This is really cool. You guys probably heard this before. I go up to the very front, and I stand right by there, and then I wait for the owl to be clear, and I jump up, and I slam into that back wall going 600 miles an hour. You should try it sometime. It's really fun. You do a Superman through the.
You're snarky.
Dan, he's giving he's giving you exactly what your dog food you wanted.
Well, I'm still in my mind looking at it, but okay.
See, the problem is when I jump up in the airplane, I have the momentum imparted to me by the airplane, so I just fall down. If I land pretty much at the same spot I jumped up. Amazing how that works.
You're snarky.
He's using that voice changer again too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a cold. It's not COVID. I've tested.
He was pushing you hard on that deal, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. And I'm going like, no, I have a cold. I'm sorry I have a cold. It's not COVID. I've tested. I'm wearing a mask around my wife so she doesn't catch it.
So tell me again, why does a wrecking ball get stationary, but a Foucault's pendulum makes a pattern?
The motion is key, Dan.
Yeah, we've established
swinging back and forth.
Yeah, the swinging back. Sometimes motion, the word motion, can mean two things. In the Foucault pendulum situation, we have something swinging back and forth. It's establishing a plane. So the whole basis, the whole fundamental foundation of why the Foucault pendulum works is that we all understand that something swinging back and forth, if no other forces are acting on it, will establish a plane, the swinging plane, and it won't deviate because somebody has to act on it to deviate. So if you put it any place on a ball, it'll have different precession rates based on how that plane is oriented with respect to the surface of a curved surface. With a wrecking ball, even like the pendulum, if you didn't swing the pendulum back and forth, it would act just like the wrecking ball. It would just be basically rotating with the earth. Because you're setting it up while it's rotating. You're not like anti-rotating it when you hang it. Oh yeah, we got to account for the spin of the earth. It's rotating in this other direction.
It just looks like a wrecking ball hanging looks like an opportunity to me to show motion. So it's an assumption on my part to begin with. So.
Well, why would it suddenly start moving? Remember, the objects at rest
Because
tend to
it's
stay at rest
hanging.
type.
In my logic, because there'd be a stress from the difference of the weight at the bottom. Like it would be causing a stress.
The weight is in the downward direction, so no.
Not when something's spinning. When something's spinning,
but the whole thing is spinning
there's
at the same time.
going to be a sideways momentum.
No, the whole thing's spinning at this. Okay, the difference between the top and the bottom of a crane is minuscule. I don't know, maybe if you had a really high crane talking miles or something, maybe you might be able to measure a difference between the top and the bottom. But not in a crane.
Let's imagine you and I are putting in Foucault pendulums around, and we're at different points on the Earth with different spin rates.
Yep.
We'd have to hang them differently. They'd have to behave differently.
Nope.
Why?
Because why would you need to do it differently?
Because they're at different locations.
Why would that make a
magnet both in speed, magnetism, momentum, all kinds of factors that I can't even imagine unless I put a list together that are different in different locations on the Earth. And if you and I are designed to making these things work, there must be a trick for us to get them right.
Your list is not gonna make you help you figure it out. Here's the bottom line. If you have something in your car, and I know you're fixated on the centrifugal force because you mentioned it earlier. So you're in your car and you're holding a wrecking ball, a little miniature wrecking ball. And I take a turn and I just keep on turning. I'm on like a circle track at the racetrack. I'm going around in circles on a racetrack. The ball would just kind of point to the door, but it wouldn't rotate in the car, would it? It would just kind of lean out to the door and stay there. And as long as you're imparting this force on it, which is the change of direction defined as a force, it'll have a deflection, and it'll be the sum of the vectors. One vector is its weight, and one vector would be the centrifugal force outward. And the net force would be something at a 45-degree angle if you got a 1G turn. So it's not going to rotate. Same thing on the Earth. In your mind, that's what you got to kind of get terms with here. No matter where it is, if there is a centrifugal force, which there is a slight variation, it'll just pull it outward. And the net will be will be going straight down. But it's not going to make it rotate. The only reason it's rotating is because we've established a fixed plane. Then we have something now that's rotating underneath it. Because the plane can't rotate. As Whitsitt said.
I guess in my mind, what I'm hearing is that the initial torque disappears once it establishes an equilibrium at the top and the bottom of the cable.
Where's the torque? There's no
from the initial momentum of
torque.
Oh, there is none. There is none. That's
none. Yeah, right. No torque. Yeah, because you're already. It's like if you're on a spinning merry-go-round and you set up this Foucault pendulum. This would be a good example to bring up. You're on a spinning merry-go-round and you set up this Foucault pendulum, and you start it to swing, and it's everything's. Oh, that would kind of show how Foucault pendulum works actually. But let's say you just hung it and you're swinging, or just hanging it, and everything's the structure's there, and then you suddenly stop the whole system, but the independent gimbal that has no friction. You'll notice that the ball that was hanging will be spinning because it has independent, no friction connection. So this momentum that was given to it while you constructed it, that's what you were talking about earlier, that's going to be everything will be rotating. The ball, the string, the structure, the merry-go-round. We stop the merry-go-round. The only thing that we can do to stop that ball is this gimbal, but it has no friction, so we can't stop the ball. So it's rotating. Now it's not precessing, it's not swinging like a pendulum. It's just rotating.
So do Foucault,
like if it was a Foucault pendulum,
do they settle?
If you swung it back and forth, now that'd be really cool because then if you stopped it, I mean, as you rotate it, it would start showing a precession.
So you're saying a decent Foucault pendulum doesn't settle to a still? It doesn't get still. It just keeps making that design.
Oh, of course it will. Yeah, because you have a force, a point of pulling it down.
But yeah, you have friction. The air friction, you have the friction of the bearing. I mean, yeah, it's not a perpetual motion. So.
But the Earth is.
What do you mean? But the pendulum itself has air friction. It's got the friction of the bearings. It's going to slow down. So there's two ways around it. One, you restart it every once in a while, or two, you have a little magnet that kicks it and gives it a
all right, hang on, slow down. We can't include friction of the bearings because we're all assuming that the gimbal works well enough that it's not an issue, right?
Oh, so you're saying a completely frictionless bearing and no wind, and it's in a vacuum too, so there's no wind resistance. Yeah, it'll spin forever.
We're making these wild assumptions so we.
That's okay. Maybe it helps you understand it. That's fine. No problem with that.
Okay, well, if a totally frictionless bearing, a perfect vacuum, yeah, it would go on nearly forever.
And then the forces of the Earth are no longer because it decided it no longer felt them, or it just got used to them, or
what do you mean? It would precess forever.
It would precess and tell you exactly what your latitude was by its rate of precession.
That's what I was saying before. It'd have to be different latitudes.
It's rate of
different latitudes.
Different
like
lengths.
One over the cosine, right? One over the cosine of your latitude. Yeah, you can calculate what latitude you're at. There's a video out there of a guy doing it in the stairwell. You got pretty close.
It was 1 over sine of your latitude.
What brought you down to Orange County?
The one where they view in the green ink and stuff.
Yeah, that guy does a good video.
I understand why flat earthers don't like the Foucault pendulum. It's devastating.
It really is. But I mean, they can make all their objections about it they want, but when it comes right down to it, it's just it kind of puts a nail in the coffin.
And then Foucault, after invented, realizes that some people didn't get it, so he invents the gyroscope to also show it. And
right, then we have the.
I thought you invented that first.
No, I don't think so. I think it was the other way around. I'll look into that again. I mean, if
he invented that first, but it didn't show the precession.
Well, because he had to he could spin it, and I guess he could get it for 10 minutes at a time using the technology of the day. Maybe he could have invented it first and then realized it would also show, but the pendulum was, more showy, if you will.
I remember that he did do that first, but it was too noisy. It didn't have it didn't show the precession. So
what happened to Bob's gyro? Who has that now?
I think Rick always had that because Rick bought it. Actually,
that's not a cheap piece of equipment.
Like they said, like $20,000 or something, right? And they were going to put in all these different, Gauss tubes and materials that could, insulate it from magnetic or some type of cosmic rays or something.
It's a light-driven gyroscope. That's why they invented it. It's impervious to most of those things. It is susceptible to temperature change, though.
Didn't the
And
guy
actually,
who bought it? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it actually does have a slight variation under strong magnetic fields due to the way it affects the light.
You mean the way it affects the generation, the crystals inside and stuff? Because light itself is not affected by magnetism. Am I incorrect?
You might be. I'm not sure. I think it's a very slight effect under a strong magnetic field.
Okay. But the Earth's magnetic field is pretty damn weak.
Yeah, it's not strong enough to put it outside of its published margin of error.
Margin of error. See, gotcha. Why is there an error? Just like parallax. Shouldn't be an error to these stars.
The first thing you learn in chemistry lab is you always have, and you spend half your paper talking about your error sources.
Right.
By the way, guys, I wish I was smart and I just hit you with subjects and let you guys contradict each other.
It's really not contradicting. It's just more like,
No, just in general, that's where our strength comes from. You guys not coming to reason on some things. I wish I had
your strength is just objecting.
The thing about science is, you can always make a better measurement. You can always do something better. And if someone says something wrong, we'll correct them, unlike the flat earthers who just kind of let them go on.
How could we have this little going on?
What's that?
I'm sorry, you're broken up.
How could we have this little going on and yet still be compelling you to I'm here?
You're still breaking up. Try again.
It's all right.
The real reason I started is because I was flabbergasted that in 2023 there were people out there who thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, me too. But then it was interesting. People like Whitsitt and others that really were convinced by the errors they think they found in the science that they were going to, expose all these fabulous, fantastical errors that people have made, and how science and physics has evolved for 100, 200 years. And he's somehow found the weak link. He's found the error, and he's going to expose it all because it's all a big government cover-up.
But there are gaps and links. There are, theories in place that are taught, and we don't know shit about ourselves, our history, quantum, anything. I mean, you're making it sound like he's going up against some pretty solid stuff.
He is. Well, if we didn't understand quantum physics, there wouldn't be such a thing as semiconductor chips. If we didn't understand, time travel, special and general relativity, we wouldn't be able to have satellites and communications, GPSs, etc. There's so many things we wouldn't be able to do if we didn't understand it really, really well. Now, do we understand it perfectly? Absolutely not. There's so many gaps in our understanding. And he always talks about the unification, of all these theories. But we haven't been able to do that yet. But we do understand a tremendous amount of it.
And it really cracks me up when I hear flat earthers railing against quantum while they're talking on a computer over the internet.
I know, right? It's almost ironic.
I mean, using transistors and lasers and all this stuff that requires a knowledge of quantum, or else it wouldn't work.
Things made inside a vacuum. Things that depend on the vacuum of space and its existence.
I mean, you can get in a room and you'll have someone from Australia, someone from the United States, someone from Europe, and they're all talking with. You can actually figure out the time lags on some of this stuff and calculate the range that they're from, the distance that they're from. It's usually close. I mean, it's not exact because you're going through routing hubs and stuff.
Right. There's definitely lag there.
Why do I think Doppler radar, for instance, is impossible on a rotating Earth? Why do I feel that
I don't know. Why would
because you listened to Whitsitt and he talked about light just energizing what's already in the atmosphere, or the distance between objects is filled with something that is just basically lit up or energized or something. And then I gave him the simple example of us using a Doppler radar on a car whizzing by us. and we get a number. We know exactly how fast that guy is going within, amazing accuracy. And then we follow the car, and that if he had the same distance away or speed away from us, the difference in speed away from us, we still get the same exact number. Even though we were traveling ourselves 80 miles an hour, he could be going 160. We can still get a 180 mile an hour difference to that object. If the medium or the atmosphere, the ether was there, then that wouldn't work. That's like the simplest logical demonstration that there is nothing in between these points that is being illuminated or energized.
Yeah, Witzett's understanding of light is interesting. I mean, I've got a laser pointer, a laser measuring, laser ruler, whatever you want to call it, in my hand, right now, and I can take measurements, and then I'll check them against a yardstick or something, and it's freaking accurate. How's that work if light doesn't travel there and back? It's all a matter of timing.
He did admit to me that laser rangefinders work.
Well, then light has to travel. That's the only way.
No, but the problem was while you're moving, if you're moving through the atmosphere or the ether, then it should have a change, but it doesn't. That's the problem that really puts a nail in that coffin of his logic.
Wait a minute. When I use light, you're saying it's bending the fuck all over the place. When you use light, you're getting good reflections.
Well, that's because you guys
you don't got like weather problems and temperature
problems.
That's
because flat earthers like to look at the horizon.
Problem. You never have a gradient problem there inside the building.
That's because you flat earthers like to look at the horizon during temperature change. Usually you're doing it over water, someplace hot like California.
About the device in your hand in a large.
I'm only doing it
in a large building, let's say.
The distance I'm measuring, I think my device measures out to 100 feet. The amount of atmosphere in that range is negligible.
Do you think it's possible if I turned on the heat and it was warmer on top? Do you think I could create a temperature gradient in the building? Do you think I could control the humidity in the building?
No, humidity has almost zero effect on the laser. Again, but this thing only measures out, I think, to 100 feet, 100 meters. I forget.
Do you think I can affect your reading by conditions?
No.
Can I change the condition? So why am I told I can't shoot anything anywhere because of conditions?
Because you're going out over a mile or two. That's why. I'm going over 100 feet.
I just would like to see a prediction of you being able to affect that. Now Jesse's able to do it.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how you.
I'll tell you how you affect.
I'll tell you how affected.
You don't need miles to make a point.
I'll tell you how you affected. We'll go into one of these Los Angeles nightclubs, and you'll turn on the fog machine. Okay, that'll affect it.
In what way?
It won't work because it'll be scattered off of the fog.
Is that what you call refraction?
No, in this case, it would be more like absorption. It would be reflection and absorption.
Good answer. I don't think you could predict, let's say over a mile, the bending of light and show me it. I don't think so.
Well, if you get off looking through the densest part of the atmosphere, amateur astronomers don't worry about refraction because they don't look below 15 to 20 degrees above the horizon. They always look, 15 to 20 degrees and below. They just stay out of that area and look at the rest of the sky. Generally, you got trees and stuff around you too, usually.
Hey, what did I tagged you in the chat?
I really feel I'm paralleling the Earth with laser light. And you're saying the Earth is curved, so you're telling me my light is curved. And I just, under different distances and temperatures, light sources, I'd expect to have variations that I haven't seen yet. I just have can see it or can't. Not, oh, it's going up, it's going down, it's diffusing, it's color bursting, whatever you want to call it. I'm just pointing a beam. Pointing a beam. Like, is a beam straight? Is it a laser beam? Like, what does beam mean? I'm beaming light. Maybe it doesn't mean straight. Sure looks like it. I don't see how I can prove I'm paralleling this if I go up in the air. I don't see the demonstrative quality of it. I see the problem getting too close to under a foot, or even at 2 feet. When you start to get literally little splashes and little mist off of those splashes. But when you're up 20 feet off of that, your little magic gravity has pulled all that moisture back down. It's not really as prevalent, I don't think, if you're calling it a moisture problem.
Okay, Dan Carnivore says, someone tell Dan that when you view a laser beam from the origin, it looks perfectly straight, regardless of actual refraction, because the path of light going to your eyeball travels through the same corridor as the laser beam.
Okay, what about when it's shining back at you from the other side?
Still should do the same because it's traveling through the
Same thing.
corridor.
Well, of course, he's never done it.
I did it in my fish tank. Didn't we show that to you, Dan? I can get it.
I was impressed when you put the hot water in. I thought that was smart.
Do you know the refractive index, Dan, between water and air?
No, as a matter of fact, I got into someone the other day about what the refraction index really was and what one was on the index. Because I know there's something.
I think, if I remember correctly, it's like 1.3 or 1.4 for water, and then 1.0003 or something for air. Quite a bit different.
I don't know what the scale is because those both started with ones. They both sound.
Well, if you look at Snell's law, you can see the effects of the angle deviation.
Does it have to do with the speed of the light? In the medium?
The deviation? Yeah.
Yeah, air is so the speed. A vacuum has an index of 1. Air has 1.000293. Water
close.
has 1.3.
So a big difference there, Dan.
Window glass is 1.5.
Right.
And-
so if you had a diamond that was, let's say, just for even numbers, 2.0, would that mean that the light went half the speed in a diamond?
Oh, okay. What's the index?
So what are you guys saying? I'm not shooting the laser across a. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? Let's put this in simple terms. I can see my friends. You say I can't. We got some sort of refraction and some sort of arc shape, even though I'm pointing it level and not up in the air, it's making it across regardless of distance. And then you're claiming a lot here that I don't see in action.
Let me find that video for you again, Dan.
I really think we can point narrow beams in direction.
Diamonds are 2.4, by the way, not 2. And it does have to do with the speed, but it has more to do with the wavelength. I mean, you can read up on how they calculate the index of refraction.
Are you sure? Because I want what is the speed of light in water, and then I multiplied that times 1.3, and it gave almost 300
See, the relative
thousand
refractive
kilometers a
index.
second.
Okay, speed of light, medium 1 to medium 2. So it is, yeah. And so C over V.
Yeah, it's a velocity because it's a ratio of the velocity of light in a vacuum versus light through that medium.
That's not how. Yeah, I was reading up on how Snell did it, and since he.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it is V1 over V2.
Then the speed isn't actually changed. Just isn't it the absorption and reabsorption? And I said it a while back, and someone corrected me. I don't remember what the actual answer was, because that was the argument that most people use.
Oh yeah, that's the common description, even, but it's technically wrong.
What happens at unit? I think you maybe told me. What happens, Kosho? It's not a reemission. It's
they say it's interference with the basically with the superposition of the paths that the photon takes, and also the photons that are emitted from the electrons from the particles when the photon is interacting with it. So it's like it's just basically interference patterns from other photons, basically, including a superposition of its own path.
So that wouldn't be the electrons emitting the photon. Isn't that a absorption and reemission, or that's not considered that? That's different?
No, yeah. Well, technically, the photon is absorbed and destroyed, and it's true that it emits a photon, but I think technically it's not the same photon.
Oh, a different photon.
Yeah, but trust me, I used to say the same thing.
Identity.
Yeah, well, I used to say the same thing you said, but I even Bacon corrected me one time, and even that was when I had said I expressed the answer wrong even after I heard the right answer before. So
right,
it's just easier. It's easier to say the same thing that you said.
I think it's it's good enough for our sloppy conversations. I don't think I think like you said, it's not technically correct, but I think it's enough to where it gets the point across. Why it's not really speed of light doesn't change. People get the impression that suddenly we're slowing light down. That's not really
talking about refraction. The cause
yes.
Yeah, that's
the cause of why light slows down. Yeah, Bacon gets off to correcting Globers though.
I know he's ready to go. He's all geared up.
Yeah, I mean,
I
don't have a very good understanding of it, but I know some that are wrong because I used to have one that are wrong.
So it's not we kind of sort of going over the absorption and reemission, and that technically is wrong. But you may have helped Kosho understand what it really is. The electron actually generates a photon, and it's emitted from that, not the same photon, but a different photon.
Jesse, why do you keep posting the straw man, dude? Why do you keep intentionally why don't you just why?
What's my straw man?
What have I said to explain this?
Well, I asked you if the glowing path in the air due to the laser beam in the hazy air would be above or below the red water surface in a water level tube, and you said yes, right?
What have I said to explain it?
Well, you say it's caused by curved visual space, but I did have a question. Is the curve of curved visual space inside or outside of the eye?
It's it's how you whatever your optics are seeing, it's how the world is viewed through the optics. And why is it that you keep intention? Is it to bait me into? Is it like to do this? Like how you get another interaction from me like this? Is that why all the Globers do this? Is that why all the Globers say I don't know fallacies, I misuse fallacies, I made up fake citations? Is it all these tactics to try to get me to engage? Is that why you do it? Or are you
I'm
just like always dishonest? Like, is
I'm
it a
trying-
tactic about me? You just want to engage with me that bad, like you have a crush, or is it like you're just like this?
I'm trying to understand this curved
No,
visual
you're not,
space.
because you're intentionally straw manning me for a week now.
Well, are you saying that those two answers you gave, I didn't hear those somehow, or what are you
What
saying?
did I say to explain it?
Well,
Why
you
did I
ex-
say it was a straw man, Jesse?
I don't know. You explained
You don't
it
know.
because of
So it's
curved
funny you-
visual
you made a-
space that the laser beam would be glowing above the water tube and that the pipe would be pointed below, and you credited that to curved visual space.
Why
I don't
did
see
I
what the
say it
problem.
was a straw man, Jesse?
I have no idea.
Well, you had to clip that part out of it to make your stupid dumbass straw man video. So how do you not know?
You mean your explanation that this apparent paradox is caused by curved visual space?
Why did I say it was a straw man, Jesse?
I don't know. Why?
You don't know. So if I go get this video and I hear myself explain it was a straw man like 5 times, and then when I was out with my family yesterday, you brought it back up and I explained it was a straw man 3 more times, you still don't know?
Well, I don't
So
know.
wait, would it be intelligent or wise of me to think that if I explain to you why it's a straw man again right now, that you're gonna actually be honest about it? Or if I offered you money, could you explain why I said it was a straw man, do you think?
No, the fact is you said both of those things that I'm attributing to you. I don't see how your own quotes can be a straw man. You said it.
Well,
I
why
didn't.
did I say it was a straw man?
I don't know why.
Did I explain to you why it was a straw man?
Not that I remember.
Really, Jess? So you made this clipped out video, but you don't remember the thing I said like 10 times. Let me guess, you also don't remember I said it was a straw man?
I don't remember.
Wow, isn't that convenient? Did you know that it's been scientifically proven that if you intentionally lie and deceive, that it actually causes like negative health side effects? Like provably so, it increases anxiety, and the state of anxiety has a certain vibrational resonance that actually causes degradation of cells.
Well, I still don't see what the problem is.
We're worried about you, Jesse.
Curved
I'm just trying to
visual.
look out for your health, brother.
Oh, that's so kind of you. I do appreciate it, but I really would like to understand how curved visual space makes this contradictory claim about the two simultaneous locations of the laser beam.
Yeah, so why did I say it was a straw man, Jesse?
I think you call it a paradox, and it's a paradox, not a straw man.
Now you see, you're just being you're slimy, bro. And this is Bacon's
Which-
gonna white knight
so
for you.
you're
Go ahead,
making this
Bacon,
an
white knight for him.
It's a cringy conversation.
Oh,
What's
now
it?
Xanax gonna white knight for him.
No, I'm not white
no,
knighting.
now he's gonna be
You're-
held accountable.
Why don't you just talk like a normal guy? You know, just he made a video. I heard
Oh,
your
he would have to be a normal
objections.
guy.
It
Oh,
seems pretty. It seems
My
pretty
girlfriend's
logical.
100 miles away.
Jesse
You're
did
one here. I'm a normal guy.
Jesse did a pretty accurate description of your objections and put it in the video. I don't know where the paradox or this straw man is. Can you explain it rather than play the guessing game or try to
Well,
quiz
it's not
him?
a guessing game. I've said it to Jesse a dozen times.
Well, say now, so we can hear it again because I'm sure I heard
I
it.
will, but you're gonna calm down. So I'm exposing Jesse because this isn't the first conversation Jesse's done this. So what Jesse does is he has a script. He has a narrative.
Can you stop doing this?
No, because I just walked into Globeraholics Anonymous circle jerking about refraction. So now that's
Circle jerking about
now that's
basic
over.
physics.
Now that's over. So I'm tired.
Come on, that's not basic.
I'm tired of you intentionally misrepresenting me to such an extent that you go out of your way to make edited videos to intentionally misrepresent me. And every single time, I can't even come to this Discord anymore without
Dude, just give us your answer. We don't want to hear the story
incessantly
time.
harassing me with lies.
Oh,
Just, do you see why that would be annoying?
Poor Witsit. Come on, Witsit. Come on. You're a man. Grown man. Just give him the answer.
If you were a
Take it
man,
for
you would
yourself.
check this little girl in here that for weeks now has intentionally lied.
I you know,
Hey,
Witsit, I usually
I'll
try to
explain it again right now. Watch what happens. It'll be pure
Okay, well,
sophistry
listen.
and
Just so you know, I've listened to you, the conversation between you two, and I don't think he's done that. Go ahead.
Oh,
Give me the
really?
answer. I
You
want to
listened
hear.
to it? So did I explain why it was a straw man?
I think you did, but I can't remember what your objection
That's
was to
funny. All the
this.
Globers can't remember. Or
Oh no,
I can't say.
dude, it was It was going on and on for days now, and I saw the video. He kept on updating this graphic. I thought it was kind of interesting, and I understand your objection, but I think he took it the right way and made this drawing to kind of overemphasize the error that he sees you're giving him in your response.
No,
so
no,
it's dramatic.
low IQ
It's dramatic, but I think it represents how he understands what you're saying. So rather than attack him,
your assessment is that it's his incompetence.
No, it's his understanding what you're saying.
So it's his inability to understand. That would be incompetence.
No, dude, everyone has to be understood. If you're not conveying the message correctly, it's bound to be misunderstood. It can be misinterpreted.
Let's talk
so
about
I'm
this.
here. I always, you know what, Winston, just to let you know, I always tend to take your position and understand where you're coming from in a lot of our discussions. I don't think he understands where you're coming from. So why don't you stop attacking him and just give him the answers? We don't have to sit on the edge of our
Wouldn't you
seats.
consider it attacks to spread misinformation, intentionally misrepresenting, cutting out the clarifying comments on purpose, and spreading the story and narrative to everyone about every single conversation we've had for like a year now?
If that was the case, but I
it is the case. I put my hand on the Bible. So
okay, I don't.
So anyway, Jesse, let's talk. Let's
I saw your Bible little thing. What's it? You should pick a different book.
Yeah, that dude got slam dunked on with the first verse.
No, actually, but that's
yeah, he did.
Yeah, you're no biblical scholar either.
I didn't say I was.
Well, you certainly didn't know then. But
he got destroyed.
Nah.
Yeah, I brought up the Exodus verse. It says, "No man can be stolen or sold against his will, or they'll be put to death." And he avoided it like the plague for 2.5 hours. When, as far as to say, I didn't invoke
when
any.
you're talking about Hebrews, that's correct. However, for the
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says any man.
Yeah,
it doesn't say Hebrews. It says any man.
Yeah, if you look, he quoted the verse though that shows that.
No, he avoided the verse.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you want to bet
anyway,
$5,000 that it doesn't say Hebrew? So you just.
Oh my God! Just answer the question for
how
Jesse.
easy it was to destroy that. That's what happened last night in the
Focus. Come on, ADD boy. Come on.
Wait, hey, Xanax, why don't you call that guy out for just blatantly lying right then? So you guys never hold each other accountable. That means you're okay.
I don't know that. I don't know. I do not
if you're
know
gonna put your hand on a book, you should pick a different book because you.
I don't know the.
Let me ask the dude who doesn't understand biology what I should consider as true supernaturally.
So you're white knighting. You're white knighting for Jesse yourself now. Come on, just go after Jesse.
Biology.
Give him the answer.
Yeah, you must have forgot that day. You let it all slip. We all know.
Yeah, you mean the guy who studied biology and which you have not.
You must have forgot the binary involved. So hey, Jesse.
Sex is not binary.
There it is, so easy. So Jesse, this is
not binary.
Okay, I got it, man. Yep, you're a hero.
They're intergender.
Jesse, say this is the actual physical position of the building. And we're going to pretend this laser is just a physical weightless string stretched out down to the person's eye. Then it's going to go over the red tubes to reach his eye because it's coming from above them, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, if I look out at the building, is the top of the building, going to look like it is the same height as it is in physical reality?
Well,
that's a yes or no question. I'm not going to engage with you if you don't answer the questions. I'm not playing your 5-hour long drag me through the mud then make more videos line. Is it?
He didn't say a word. Just wait until you get an answer.
He wasn't going to answer. He wasn't going to answer. He 100%
He was going to give you an elaborate answer, which
How
you don't
about
want.
No. I want an actual answer. I've done this with Jesse. It's all recorded for the last 3 days. He never answers. Is the top of the building going to look like it's in the same place it physically is?
No, nothing looks like it's in the same place it is, because otherwise a 187-foot building would have to fit inside your eye. It's all a projection. It's all perspective at any distance.
Okay, so if I have a physical laser on the top of the building, and then I look out over 22 miles, is that laser going to look like it's optically lower than it actually is?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what we just established
at
is
1 mile, at 1 mile, it would look optically lower than it actually is. At
So
1
what-
foot, it would look optically lower than it actually is.
So what we've just established is that perspective will make it look lower than it actually is.
As it should, due to trigonometry. That's a simple answer.
Shut up. That's
Hold
not
on, Xanax.
relevant. So this is why I've calmly and patiently explained to you about a dozen times why it's a straw man to draw a line and try to compare the physical fairy tale version of a perfectly straight line from orthographic view on a cartoon and then conflate that to what we see optically when we know that what we see optically is not the same. You keep on making the straw man by drawing the two
I have to
different
say
lines as
something.
if they're the same thing.
I have to.
No, Xanax, shut up. This is the whole point. Jesse, how many times have I told you that you're straw manning me
Wait
by
a minute,
conflating
Jesse.
the physical and the optical? Have I
Let me
told
say
you that?
something. Can you stop?
Xanax,
Can I
shut
ask?
up. You're just trying to save him.
I want to ask Jesse something because this
sucks. That's going to be hard to do. So, Jesse, can you have I told you that you're straw manning me by conflating the physical and optical?
You told me I was conflating this physical and the optical, but I don't see how that's relevant or how it means I'm strawmanning you. I simply asked you if the laser beam would create a glowing path in the haze in the air above or below the red water surface level, and you said above. And I asked you what the where the pipe would be pointing in order for the observer to see the laser through the pipe, and you said below eye level. I don't see how I'm strawmanning you.
You specifically said if we're looking from an orthographic view and we can see the light where it physically is and it's a magical laser that coherently goes 22 miles or a magical weightless string that physically stretches perfectly straight 22 miles and we look at it orthographically, what will it look like? And then you conflated that to what it would optically look like by looking at it straight forward through a tube. Do you understand that those are different, Jesse?
I didn't say anything about orthographics. I
Yes,
just
you did. I
described.
specifically asked you. I do. This is what I'm saying. You guys have such an advantage because you can just bold-faced lie. My option now is to be as petty as you. Go back to the live stream, look all the way through it, cut out where you specifically said that when I asked 3 different times, and then come back, show it, and then you'll just say, "Oh, I forgot."
Which
Or
I wouldn't
it's just
talk
to
about
let you
being a
lie.
lawyer.
It's just to let you lie. Those are my 2 options.
You gotta let
So-
Jesse respond. That's it.
So let's say I hadn't said anything about orthographic. I don't remember saying it. I don't know why I would have, but let's say I hadn't. Let's say I had just said, let's say we have a water tube level set up 21.2 miles away is this 187-foot building, and we got a laser on the top of the building in reality, and had gone at that approach. Would your answer have been different? Would the glowing green laser line in the haze, in the smoke, or the smog not have been above the red surface?
You mean if we're looking straight at it through perspective?
Well, no, you're standing there. You're standing beside the water tube level, and you can literally see this glowing green line in the air because the laser beam is lighting up the fog a little bit, right? The haze. It's a little bit smoky out, and you can literally see the
You have to be
actual physical
orthographic view to do
location.
that. You have to be in an orthographic view to do that.
Haven't you ever seen a
Yeah,
laser in the
uh,
smoke?
Yeah, I did the double slit with that specific thing. If I'm gonna see the actual trajectory of it from the building to the observer, I'll have to be in the orthographic view, won't I, Jesse?
I don't know what's orthographic. You're standing there beside the water tube level and you see this green glowing line. You can walk all around it. You can look at it from any angle. I don't know what's orthographic about it.
You're straw manning my position by conflating physical and optical. And then you yourself conceded that the laser will look like it's lower than it actually is due to perspective. So now you want to make up a fairy tale version of physics where we can see this coherent laser 22 miles. And then what will I see when I look through the tube? If you look 22 miles through the tube, you're going to be looking through 22 miles of perspective, which is actually curved visual space. It will make that laser look like it's lower than it actually is.
Curved visual space?
So I'm not going to tilt my let's say in your paradigm with perfect magical Euclidean perspective. If I have the laser shooting perfectly straight to my eye, but then I look through a long tube, am I going to have to tilt the tube up to see the laser?
On a flat Earth? Yes.
Really? So it's not going to optically drop in my field of view.
According to my paradigm, on a flat Earth, the angle would be the rise over the run put into arctan.
Is the laser's position going to drop due to perspective?
You mean with greater distance?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. According to the arctan of the rise over the run, if the run gets longer, the slope will become lesser, and the angle will become lesser, but it'll never go negative.
Okay, so if I now that's where yeah, you're so stuck here. I can't believe you're so confident about it. I think it's because you're lying. So if I take the tube and I look at the building and say it's 1 mile away, and I look at the laser at the top of the building, and then we start to move the building slowly back all the way to 22 miles. In order to follow that laser on the top of the building, what am I going to have to do with my tube?
You're going to have to aim it according to the arctan of the rise over the run.
What specifically am I going to have to physically do with the tube to follow the laser on top of the building?
You're going to have to take the height difference between you and the laser, and you're going to have to take the distance and divide the height difference by the distance and feed that into the arctan function, and that'll give you the angle.
Wow, to optically follow the laser, I have to stop and do math.
Or you could just look through it and point the tube to wherever it needs to be pointed to.
Okay, and if I'm doing that, what am I going to have to do with the tube?
Point it to where you can see the laser through it.
Which means you're going to have to do what as it moves away?
Move it lower.
Oh, so you're going to have to move the tube lower and lower as it moves away, even though it's actually still the same physical distance above you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So then when you dramatize this really far down angle of view, I mean, through the tube, right? You're actually kind of straw man. I never said anything would be that drastic at all. But if you go to far enough distance, then it will begin to compress down into curved visual space. In fact, it can even go from hyperbolic to elliptic. And then you will begin to see the top of the laser lower and lower. That's why drawing a straight line from the physical location and then conflating that to what you'll perceive when you look straight ahead through a tube is a straw man and a conflation of optical and physical.
But the 100-foot long tube is a physical thing, and
oh my fucking dude. None of the globals are going to say anything.
And the fact that the fog is lit up bright green in a line above the water tube level surfaces, kind of, I mean, that's sort of a physical thing. You can see that exact spot. If you took a pinhead and put it there, it would be hit by the laser. The light does interact with the matter, and so this creates a paradox. If you took and stuck a potato in the tube, would that block the guy's view of the laser, since the laser was actually going over the top?
I'm very disappointed in all the ballers in here, just so you know. All right, Jesse, drop your cartoon, and what I'm going to do is edit your cartoon and show how dishonest your argument is. Because apparently you don't seem to understand anything unless it's in the form of cartoons. Maybe next time I'll make a coloring book. So drop your cartoon and give me like 1 minute, and we'll just finish this.
Okay.
None of the other ballers are going to say anything, though? Nothing.
If I said anything, it would just make you spiral. So, because technically, I mean, no one in here disagrees with Jesse, and we think that your argument is we think your argument is sub level. It's crazy how you're
your
arguing with him.
intellectual ineptitude to yourself, my dude.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I just told you. If anything anybody says, we're not going to agree with you, dude. What he's saying is true.
Right. So disagreeing with you.
All right, this is perfect. This is awesome. And
when you got Zanuck muted, then you wonder why people aren't talking to you.
You guys think mass attracting mass has been proven?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't leave the house unsupervised.
Demonstrated the Cavendish experiment does that quite well.
And look, let me guess. Everyone agrees with them too. You guys have a problem. So
you have a problem
absolutely,
with basic physics.
Basic physics, for sure.
Basic physics. You can buy this experiment. Of course, it would cost you $700, and you probably don't have that. But you can buy this experiment online.
There you go. And the fact that none of you ever checked that dude is all I need to know about all of you personally when it comes to morality of any sort. The fact that none of you ever check the stuff that dude says is disgusting. Okay, so we're going to put your little cartoon in here. I'm going to show how stupid your argument is. Now, I know there is obviously a difference in what you think perspective is and what I think perspective is. And obviously, has to if you have to actually tilt it down, and how much you have to tilt it down is going to be directly relative to the distance and the conditions. It's almost like I said that exact phrase to you before, though. It's almost like you tactically omitted everything I said. It's almost like you're being dishonest. Okay, so could you even repeat what I just said right then?
You said I was being dishonest.
No, the amount that you will have to point it down is relative to what?
Oh, conditions and distance?
Okay. Why do you leave that out of it every day for days?
I did ask you you did tell me that the arctan of the rise over the run was wrong, and I did ask what was right, and you said you'd try to get that to me, and I would like to read that, and I could test it out too.
Did you notice how he didn't answer my question? Let me guess, Kosho, you agree with that too, where he point blank never answers the question.
We were having a conversation before you came in here with your little bitch fit. So there's no need to ask me for whatever it is you're asking me. I'm just letting you know that you look like a clown right now, dude.
Yeah, but you would never talk to me like that in real life. I would say that the person
I would talk to you like that any day of the week, dude, because it's the truth. And I think that you would say it to yourself if you went back and looked at this.
Okay, so what's super funny is I'm the bitch and I look like a clown, and you claim you know the Earth's a globe, and you stay in here for 18 hours a day. And I leave, come back, you're talking. Then I leave and come back and you're talking. Then I leave and come back and you're talking. But I'm the clown. Okay, I'm such a clown. Like a clown, I'm so stupid that you walked through a city to come see where I was. So I didn't. The reason that I jumped in was because Jesse had said something to me when I couldn't respond, right? And he attacked me, and he's done it incessantly for days. To pretend I just came in here and interrupted a conversation just to start. No, Jesse has been
talking nonstop, dude.
Harassing me.
Talking nonstop about yourself, and it's like there's no reason to make that big of a deal about it. Like either Jesse's wrong or you're wrong, but just get to the point.
No, but you know I'm wrong. You can't.
Yeah, what you said is wrong. What you said is obviously wrong.
Don't man my position.
You're talking about the laser and how it looks or only looks like it's lower, and from the orthographic point of view, when that's not how you see things, so the representation that Jesse's making is incorrect, and that that further it gets, the lower you'd have to angle your sights.
Wait, is that wrong? Is it you don't have to lower the sights as it gets further?
No, I think you're wrong that you think that the laser is not. If a laser is making if some ray of light or some object is like lower than some other object, and it looks that way, even if you looked at it orthographically, it would still look that way. So there's not a difference in that case.
Oh, so if I shot a physical laser that was so coherent it could physically shoot from point to point, or I stretched a string out, right? Then it's going to look lower than the tube, even though it's higher from orthographic view.
If it looks lower than even in an orthographic view, the path that it takes when they're in the same vertical column, it's going to be lower. It's not going to only be lower from the orthographic view. It's going to be lower from every view.
I never said only from the orthographic view, but it's definitely that I'm stupid and sub-level. You can't even keep up with anything that was said. Your stillman was pathetically inaccurate. So anyway, Jesse, here's the cartoon here. So I just drew this line. So let's say this horizontal line represents the apparent location of the top of the building. Now let's look at your little silver lines here that are supposed to represent the bar, right?
The pipe?
Okay. Yeah, the pipe, yeah. So say that the first line is accurate. Where do I have to put the bar? The top line. I have to tilt the bar up.
The first line is accurate for what?
Say the first line is where the light is. Do I have to tilt the pipe up?
You mean if the laser were down at the foot of the building?
No. The top line on the picture, if we had to put the pipe on that laser, would we have to tilt it up?
You mean if the laser appeared at eye level, straight out?
Holy bro. And like, why do you do this, dude?
I'm not understanding
why ask clarifying questions?
Oh, so you actually defend him intentionally never answering the questions.
He's asking clarifying questions.
No,
What's
no.
the problem with that?
If the top line that represents a laser is correct, then where would we have to put the pipe?
I'm sorry, I was laughing at Kosho's joke. What did you
See,
say?
you're intentionally that this is moral degeneracy. Like I know that it's Austin's being mean. Austin's throwing a fit. No, it's just disgusting. So I'm just gonna keep asking it, and then you're gonna have to answer it because you've been lying about me for months now. It's really annoying.
I don't know. How's it feel to be your own tactics thrown back at you? This is
Name one
definitely
time that I lied about someone.
You lied about someone? Oh, you lie about everyone all the time because
Just
you say
name
they say
one.
things they don't.
Just name one.
Just the other day.
Right now, you're lying about. Just
Yeah,
right now,
just-
you're lying. You're
Can't even
continually
say it.
doing all
Yeah,
sorts
no,
of bad things.
everything
Just
you
the
say
other
is
day, you
suggestive.
misquoted me and said that I said always, which drastically changed the meaning when I actually had only said frequently.
You have to give context. Just saying the word always and frequently. And one thing that's super funny is if I misquoted you and you pointed it out, did I immediately correct it?
You said, "Oh, whatever," and then you did it again a few minutes later. You
See, now
misquoted
you're
me
lying.
again.
Now you're lying. Because if you pointed out that I accidentally said always when I was talking quickly, I corrected it. That's the difference in you and me. I don't intentionally lie. So that's not a lie because lie requires intention. So anyway, back to the point here. If this top laser, this line that represents the laser, the top one, so there's 3 lines there. We're going to talk about the top one.
Okay.
If the top one is accurate, where do we have to put the pipe?
You mean according to curved visual space or
No,
according
no,
to
no.
plane trigonometry?
Dude, just according to whatever floats your boat, my dude. If we're looking at this cartoon you keep drawing as if it was really high level, like Kojo seems to imply, this really high level cartoon here, where would you have to put the pipe to see the top line?
Pointed at the top of the building?
So then we'd have to tilt it up.
Yes.
So when I asked to see the top line, we have to tilt it up. You could have just said yes, like 5 minutes ago.
I thought you were talking
Hey,
about
what's up now? Oh, just clarifying questions.
the line that you added.
Okay, now, so this is the physical location of the building, and we have to tilt the pipe up to match this fairy tale orthographic physical line from the top down. Completely not accounting for perspective. Just physical top of the building, laser physically goes down to the person's eye, and then we look at this orthographic cartoon, and then we have to put the pipe tilted up to match the line. Okay, so now let's say the middle line is where the top of the building is perceived to be because it optically drops. Where do I have to?
You mean due to linear perspective?
Sure.
Oh, like so in other words, just the arctan of the rise over the run.
Sure.
Okay, that would make it really, really far, like almost infinitely far, because it looks like you've got zero slope there.
Doesn't matter. Where do I have to put the pipe?
Well, wherever the arctan of the rise over the run is. So if it's like thousands and thousands of miles, then you would put it almost perfectly straight out, but slightly up from straight out.
Okay, so even if it's a little bit down, so if I made this cartoon where I said, "Look, Jesse's such an idiot. He thinks that line that comes down to the observer's eye is the same as the line that goes straight out." Jesse's such an idiot. He thinks that the laser comes straight down from that angle to his eyes, but that he would have to tilt the pipe down from that same laser to see the laser that's actually higher. Would that sound stupid?
Well,
yeah, that would be a straw man, right? That would be like dumb almost. It's such a
No, if I had told you that the laser made a glowing path in the fog in one location, and yet was traveling right up the center of a pipe that was in a different location at a different angle, then you'd have every right to ask me why I was making this contradictory statement and describing a laser beam in 2 places simultaneously.
No. See, you said we're gonna look through a pipe at the building. That's what you said.
Right, at the laser. We're gonna see the laser through
At
the
the
pipe,
building.
right?
You said at the building. So don't you agree that if I'm looking through the pipe we just talked about that. If I look through the pipe, I'm going to have to tilt the pipe down as it's further away.
But see, the difference between the way I'm looking at
You
it and
never
the way
answer questions, dude.
you're
Every
looking
time you
at
get
it is,
cornered.
well, oh, was that a question or was that a statement you made? What was your
It was
question?
clearly. So you agree then, if we're looking at the building through the pipe, we're going to have to lower the pipe as it gets further away.
Yes, but never below eye level.
Okay, stop jumping to that part, thinking you're going to pull some wizardry out of here and conflate it. No. So then, based on perspective, we're going to have to tilt that pipe down. But we're going to have to tilt it down. Now, when we tilt it down, going to match this fairy tale cartoon of orthographics where you take the real physical actual position of the laser on top of the physical building where it actually is and then draw a straight line to the observer? Is the angles going to match, yes or no?
According to my paradigm of plane trigonometry, yes. According to my paradigm of plane trigonometry,
let's clip this out.
The taut weightless string, the glowing beam of light in the hazy air, and the pipe would all run parallel.
Dude, I just said, it's like you don't even get it. It's funny. But like I said, so in your cartoon where you draw the actual physical building and you draw a laser from its physical location at the building and where it actually is, so depicting an actual height of physicality of the building, and then you compare that to perspective, are they going to be the same angles? Yes or no?
According to my paradigm, those are the same angles.
That's incorrect. The actual physical, that's incorrect.
How can you say what my paradigm is?
Because you don't understand it clearly. So that's why I told you from the very beginning that this cartoon is stupid, because you're putting 187 feet tall and then pretending that the top of the building is really that much higher than the observer and then drawing the line to exaggerate it from an actual physical location when in fact where that observer is going to see it is going to be lower than that because of perspective. I told you that from day one.
Yes, but you provided no evidence of it, and you haven't even provided a proposed formula that I could use instead of trigonometry.
You literally just admitted that based on perspective, we're going to have to lower the pipe, which means if you draw a cartoon not accounting for perspective, then it's going to be higher than it would be with perspective.
No, the cartoon shows the perspective, shows linear perspective.
Okay, so now you're saying that, right? But of course, at the beginning, you weren't saying that. You weren't saying that at all. And of course, it's going to drop significantly lower. This is big exaggerated cartoon where you have it higher up and higher or further down, lower to make it look real stupid, right?
No,
So
I did that so that it would fit all in one picture. If I made it the equivalent of 21 miles wide, it would be this.
No, you would just make the building shorter compared to the person because of perspective.
Well, then the building would have been 1 pixel and the person would have been a half a pixel, an invisible pixel.
No, you can just shrink the image of the building, my dude.
Can you see my screen share?
No. I don't care. Dude, this is the point. The part that we disagree on is what perspective itself is. And I say it's curved visual space. You say it's just basic 5-year-old Euclidean geometry and you're really proud of your trigonometry you learned in 7th grade. You're really proud of your orthographic straight line Euclidean geometry that's been debunked with dozens of experiments. We get it. You guys are really proud of it. You're going to die with it. No one cares. So the point is, I disagree with that. So if I say that visual space is actually hyperbolic or even at certain distance elliptic, it's been proven with experiments, then if you're just accounting for Euclidean perspective, would you be accurately representing my position?
You wouldn't have to have any proof of this.
So you can't answer. White knight forum. White knight forum.
Whitsit, I'm just asking, do you have like...
Yes, I do.
Where's this, please?
And what's super funny is I have all the ballers giving me contradictory bullshit explanations. Bacon says it's only human eyes. Xanax says it's only robot cameras and it's not human eyes. All kinds of bullshit. First, it was all perspective is Euclidean. None of it's hyperbolic. Yeah, I've dropped many papers many times in this room about hyperbolic visual space, how robotics programs are using it, machine learning programs are using it, how they did tests in alleys to show it, how they actually used a 1 meter long equilateral triangle to show that it has the optical illusion of spherical excess, even though it's equilateral. I've shown all the tests, I've shown the experiments, I've shown the paper. First, I was insane. I'm stupid. We all know Euclidean geometry is perfect for perspective. Then it's changed reluctantly after weeks. Bacon then says, yeah, I can see that human eyes see in hyperbolic visual space. But then Zanuck says, no, only robotic cameras see it, because I have a paper of the robotics updating their visual space to match the natural data, changing it to hyperbolic.
Is visual space reality, or is it just how we visualize things?
Oh, so then you revert to something like that. Yeah, my whole argument
That's my question. I haven't seen your citations.
My whole argument is that visual space is distinctly different from tangible reality.
So we don't see reality?
Wait, you didn't know that perspective causes us to see reality different than it tangibly is?
Well, no shit.
Oh, so your question
Yeah, I
was
mean, you think
retarded.
so? What you think of someone actually? I mean, 6 foot tall man, as he walks away from you, you think he actually shrinks as he goes away?
Why would you ask me if I think that?
Well, that's the only other option. Either understand that there's perspective, or he actually physically shrinks as he goes away.
Didn't I just now make the point that there's perspective and it's
Well,
different?
yeah, but then you kind of backhanded me on saying that. Well,
I didn't say.
yeah, you did.
And none of the ballers are going to check him. Let me guess,
So-
Coach. He's destroying me, and I'm just such a low level argument. So,
I'd like
hey,
to see your citation.
you guys are goofy, bro. You won't even check the most out of pocket ballers. So he clearly
Where's
just.
the cite? Do you have
Okay,
the
I'll drop the
citations there?
citations just a
Thank you.
second. Just a second. So I'm sorry I came in here hot or whatever, but it's specifically because Jesse will not stop harassing me and intentionally misrepresenting me. But the point here is, like, think about what just happened. I just said, yeah, perspective, optical reality, or perceived reality, right? Optics is different than physical reality, physical, tangible reality, right? Like what we perceive is different than what it actually is. Then he responds with, you think a person walking away is actually physically getting smaller?
Well, I mean, that's the only other option. What's it? Either we understand that there is perspective and people don't shrink as they walk away.
That was the
or
point that
people
I
shrink as they
made.
walk away.
That was the point that I made.
So what's your point? I don't understand your point. Please tell me your point.
Dude, and no one's gonna say anything. Like, if a baller jumps in right now, other than him, they're just gonna try to like skate past it. You won't even
tell
hold
me
him
your
accountable and be like, "Shill, he didn't say that. You're
Tell me your
intentionally saying the
point.
opposite of what he said. You're being
Hello?
dishonest. You're wasting everyone's time." And
Tell me, you're wasting time. I mean, if you can tell me what your point is, I would shut up and we could get on and move on. What is your damn point?
visual space is actually curved. And it's not as simple as one equation that you can apply equally to all distances proportionately, because tests have shown that visual space changes relative to certain distances and conditions. And in fact, it seems that at certain distances, hyperbolic visual space models are the more accurate to depict the natural data. And at different distances, elliptic models are better. Okay, so perspective is a much more complicated thing than the Glober Muppet vision of orthographic straight lines. And you don't have to take my word for it. It's been done with different tests, like robotics with precise optics mapped out via natural data, and machine learning programs that require incredible precision, and alley experiments that show human optics, and an equilateral triangle perceived to have spherical excess because of optics, and the papers from the university breaking down hyperbolic visual space, showing why in seemingly physically boundless space, we have bounded visual space. And that's why we see the sky as a dome. And I've dropped the paper, dropped the experiment. So now, if that's the case, obviously, if we're just using Euclidean geometry, it can't be correct, right?
You have dropped them, or you've dropped them at previous times, because I still don't see them.
Previous times. So if that is the case, then obviously just using Euclidean geometry can't be correct, right?
Well, can you give me an example where I can
these papers?
Where
Can you answer my
test this?
question though?
Hammer
What's
me.
that?
So again, if that is true, and these different experiments have shown visual space is actually curved, hyperbolic in certain scenarios, elliptic in certain scenarios, if experimentation has shown visual space is curved, then simply using Euclidean perspective would not be correct, right?
What's the error? What's the difference?
They can't even answer, like, you can't answer questions, bro.
What's the difference? I mean, what would
What's
you see
wrong
a
with
big
them asking a
difference?
qualifying question?
Would we see a big difference between? I mean, I don't know the error.
Okay. So if we assume that visual space is straight and it's actually curved, would that be different?
I don't know. How much different would it be?
You don't know.
How much different would it be? What's it? I mean,
Wait,
I've asked you for these
I
papers.
just
You haven't
asked you if
shown
it
me
would be
anything.
different.
Well, I mean,
Would it be different?
how? Don't know. I haven't seen the papers.
You don't know if straight
You're saying
lines.
if. You're saying you keep on saying if, and I haven't seen the papers.
Wait up, you don't know if straight line perspective would be different than curved
What
visuals?
would the difference be?
One's straight, one's curved.
What would the difference be?
You're not going to get honest answer out of Paid Nest Show.
No, none of the ballers are even saying anything. It's so
No,
pathetic.
I mean, you're talking about different models. What would the difference be? I mean, what would the difference between
That's relative
straight
to
line
various
geography
factors.
and curved lines be?
That's relative to all kinds of factors.
Would
which
it
is like
it be? Would there be a big
observer
difference or a little
height,
difference?
conditions, distance, the actual aperture of the optics used themselves, etc.
Well, give me some papers and we'll talk about it.
I've already dropped the papers. Giving
I
you
haven't seen
papers
it.
are irrelevant.
I haven't given me papers. I mean, backing up your bullshit is irrelevant. Gotcha.
Okay, so is any of the ballers that I gave the papers going to speak up, or are they just they're going to let him keep doing it? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Well, I got to wrap up for the night here, but I sure would appreciate if you could explain exactly how you think I misrepresented you.
Because you keep conflating the physical and the optical with your misrepresented cartoon of Muppet Vision, when I explain specifically that the physical and the optical are different, and that you have an assumption of Euclidean perspective when in fact it's curved, which is going to cause the observation in the distance to be different. And
How
there
much
are
different?
even scenarios where you may optically need to slightly point it down to see things in the distance. This has been proven with experimentation, like, again, the equilateral triangles looking like they have spherical excess. But instead, you drew really drastic, exaggerated lines and conflated physical and optical, made tactically cut up and edited videos to misrepresent me for weeks.
Jesse, you just answered your own question. You said that if you're looking through the pipe at the building, you'd have to angle the pipe down the further you go. But then you're asking, would it be like from an orthographic view, or however you want to put it in reality, would it be lower? No, we're talking about optics here, bro. Why won't you at least get on the same page? Because you are sounding really dishonest, bro. I'm just saying. And obviously, Peyton S. Shields just won't answer any kind of
I haven't seen his
hypothetical.
papers. I'm not. I don't answer hypotheticals. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's-
Unless it's how far is the visible universe, then we can.
I don't
speculate.
answer. That's not a hypothetical. That's actually a measured function, but that's okay.
No, it's not. You don't
Yes,
know
it is.
anything. No. Okay, how far is it?
I mean, you want me to know? I don't. What's the latest? You tell me. You apparently know the latest science. What
And
is
how
it?
was it measured?
A redshift, right?
Redshift? They use redshift to measure the edge of the visible universe.
Yep.
Really?
Yep. I believe so.
So
Hey,
we can
Brian?
we can see the redshift for all the edge of the visible universe.
Well, I mean, there is a limit we could see.
No, we use calculative assumptions based on certain redshift observations extended out.
So he's redshift. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly.
No, just extended out calculative assumptions, and everyone knows that the 46 billion light year thing is a speculation. We change distances of stars and stuff all the time. No one knows how. Anyway, oh my god. So Jesse, can
you
you
did use
can
the
you
word
please
redshift in that
acknowledge
sentence,
it, bro? Because it's like you Jesse, can you see from my perspective the reason I came in here so frustrated is like I had like a really exhaustive, like emotional day. We had our memorial for Bob. I come in here just to chill, and immediately, bro, like I'm not even in the room for a minute, just trying to chill. Immediately, bro, you're like, "What's it? I tagged you in the chat. What's it?" And then it's a video of you omitting me tactically and editing me, and it's the same straw man over and over. Like, do you not see why it's annoying, bro?
Well, obviously, I didn't know you were coming back from a memorial, and frankly, don't know why you'd come to a place like this at a time like that, but that was your choice. But I don't see how I misrepresented what you said. I may not have included everything you said because it was a lot and a lot of unrelated stuff, but I accurately represented the things that I attributed to you saying. I mean, it was your own voice. And if you think that curved visual space would cause the glowing laser beam in the fog to appear above eye level, while the pipe would be aimed below eye level, that's cool. I don't understand
Oh my
how you could
God,
have the laser
you
beam in.
know I didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You think I said curved visual space would make
Yeah,
the
nobody's
laser
saying that, bro.
It is so with no globers. No one in here has any integrity. It's pathetic. I just now specified I did. Dude, that's the dumbest. If I said that, that would be the dumbest, most obviously contradictory thing ever spoken in this server, which says a lot.
You said a lot of dumb contradictory things. What's it?
Name one, dude. Just name one,
one?
or either go on mute.
Name one.
Name one? Only one? I only get to name one.
Yeah, just one.
Just one? Well, what happened earlier today? What's it?
Your example is a question. So go on mute, dude.
What happened earlier today? What's it? When I got into here and you like immediately got off on me. Do you remember?
Is your example that question, bro? Literally, your example of him contradicting himself is a question.
Yes,
now
correct.
give us an actual example of him contradicting himself.
Oh, he did earlier today. If he remembers.
Doing what? How so?
Oh, you don't remember, right?
I talked about a ton of stuff today, and none of them were contradictory.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, then I'm not going to talk to you about it.
So you're lying.
No, I showed you where you're lying.
Okay. Yeah. Like, why do you enjoy this though? Because like it's weird. It's like that's a psychological issue that you.
It is a psychological issue. Yeah, I know, because I like people who think the Earth is flat. In 2000.
Personally, I like you can disagree with me as long as you're like honest and don't like strategically misrepresent me and like defame me and stuff. Then, like, I would have a beer with you. I don't care.
I'm not the only flat earther I really wanted to have a beer with is Bandy from Australia, and I haven't seen him around
No one cared. I wouldn't have a beer with you. That wasn't the point.
I wouldn't trust a beer with you.
You do all the exact things I said I wouldn't want.
Yeah, we just let him off the hook. He just said everything you say is a contradiction, and we just asked for one example. One example. Everything he says is a contradiction.
No, because I say something and he doesn't remember, but okay.
So then he tried to flip it on me, like it's so weird. It's such a see-through tactic. It's to me, I'll be honest, like I would check him, right? Like when Pete gets off the rails, I check him, right? Like when flat earthers get off the rails or they're being disingenuous in debate, I'm like, wait, he didn't say that, or like I might let it breathe for a sec.
No, flat earthers never correct one another.
I do all the time.
You do all the time.
I corrected like 80% of the flat Earth community about gravity and ether.
Yeah, both of them. Ether doesn't exist and gravity does. You have them backwards, but okay.
See, you don't.
Go wait on that example page.
It was earlier today. If Witsit doesn't remember, I'm not going to remind him of it.
I didn't contradict myself today.
So why didn't you say that you contradicted yourself one time, or even once or twice today, instead of saying that everything he says is contradicting? But now you can't even name one. You're asking him to name his own contradiction.
Well, NASA does this. He says a bunch of like hyperbolic, exaggerative, defamatory things, but he doesn't actually ever know what he's talking about. Like if you ask him right now, he'll say I use word salad, but he won't even be able to give you an example.
You're an expert word salad person. You just throw out a bunch of terms that you don't know the meanings to, and just kind of everyone thinks that you're smart because you use these really big words and things that you misunderstand.
No, he's explained them, bro. If you would listen.
No, he hasn't.
You think word salad is if you don't understand it, it's word salad. That's what you think.
Yeah.
No.
That's actually what it means.
When Witsit
it means that they don't understand it. It doesn't mean that what's being said isn't understandable.
Oh, that's not what word salad actually means.
When Witsit says something, it is usually word salad. Because
can you define word salad for us?
When you say a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense.
And as in the words don't coherently make sense together.
That's correct.
Yeah, can you give me an example?
Oh, it's easy to find you with word salad. My God.
Then just say one.
Just say one?
Yeah.
Incoherent dielectric. What is it? Incoherent dielectric. I forget that one.
Acceleration. All right, what's word salad about that?
It's bullshit.
Well, that's different. Now you're
You know what
saying
incoherent means? We could take it word for word, bro. Everybody understands it except you, Paige.
Oh yeah, except that
Incoherent.
it means nothing. It's
Wait,
like
do you understand that you disagreeing with it or thinking it's wrong is not the same as it being word salad?
word
You don't
salad is where you
understand
throw
that?
together a bunch of words that have meaning, and you put them together, and you end up with something that has no meaning, like incoherent
They make it
dielectric.
does have a meaning. It does have a meaning.
But
So
no, but you put
dielectric, which
them.
I've explained, is exchangeable with the word electrostatic, right? So like electrostatic acceleration, that's obviously an adjective, a qualifier describing what type of acceleration it is. And I'm saying it's incoherent. And I've also defined and explained that, meaning it's not coherent, which is where there's polarization.
Like laser light, dude. Like laser light.
Do you have
Like a light bulb and laser. Yeah.
Do you have an experiment that proves incoherent dielectric acceleration?
Wait, I thought it was word salad though. Before we get into
Well, it
like
is word
that's you're
salad.
just a waste of time. Like all you do is shift the goalpost every time you get exposed.
Excuse me, if it's not word salad, then you should have some proof that
That's
it
not
exists.
what word salad means. You clown.
When you throw together words and
now,
you
if
have
you can't prove it, it's word salad. Now, if you can't prove one of your claims, now it's word salad. Dude, he just keeps getting better and better, bro. Just let him talk,
I mean,
bro.
you're the let him talk. I know. Let him talk. Okay, fine. Go ahead and talk. What's it? You do
Now
that
if you
well.
don't have experiment for something, it's word salad.
Do you have any experiments for incoherent dielectric
Yes,
acceleration?
yes, but that's not the
Where?
point.
You drop those papers?
Okay,
or
we're
no?
we should just stop engaging with you. You're pointless. You've been exposed.
So you don't have papers to prove that one either. I've been asking you for papers.
Dude, all he does is mudsling. He comes in here. He's the one person. Like, I'm not bitching about Jesse or Kosher and him about doing this. Maybe I have other complaints about that. But Peyton S. Shield just comes in and he's a mudslinger. All he's going to do is try and degrade you. And you notice how he says everything you say is a contradiction, and he can't give one example. Okay, then everything you say is word salad, and then gives an example, and you define it. And then he says it's word salad if you can't freak it. He's mudslinging, just trying to slander you, bro. If he's the one Glober who, if I had a channel, I'd probably temporarily mute his ass, or as soon as I'd warn him, you start mudslinging, bro, I'm gonna mute you. You know,
This is like
that's
a
all he does.
So mudslinging is when I ask for proof of something true, right?
No,
When I ask for
but-
papers and ask for proof, that's mudslinging. I got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, like basically what you do, it's I made an AI to do it. You know, it's not like you're not needed. It's a very unoriginal,
What?
easy
Ask for
to imitate
proof. Yeah, I understand.
bullshit avenue, right?
I understand. Asking you
I was
for
actually
proof of your
in the
of your
process of
stuff.
saying something.
I know, but asking you for proof of your stuff is mudslinging now. Got it.
Shouldn't you be reading the papers he dropped, bro?
He
You
hasn't
ask for
dropped any
proof.
papers.
Bro, he's dropped thousands of papers
Where?
over the last month, bro.
Where?
Just go in. Oh my God! Just type in his name, and you'll get everything he's dropped. Go and tap on the blue dots, the three dots.
Thank you. What's it?
And type
I'll read
on
these
his name,
papers
you'll get
now.
everything he's.
Hold on, I got some papers to read. So hold on.
Bye.
Name one paper you've read that he has supplied you.
There's just 4 of them. I'm not. Oh, here's a couple more.
But I'm just saying, they always use this tactic. They ask for evidence or citations, and they're acting like you don't, back up any of your shit, dude.
Yeah, but who cares? Like that's. I mean, the only thing I'm disappointed in is I know for a fact that there are ballers in here with much more integrity than paid. You know, like for sure. Like I think that there are ballers in here like you could leave $100 around them, like etc. Right? I don't get why it's kind of like the bad cop thing. It's like there's the cop that abuses your rights, but isn't the cop that sees them do it and doesn't stop it also kind of guilty? Right? Like that's what I don't get. I do don't get it. But I do get it, but it's sad. And it's because you guys like it. You like to see the flat earther, or in this situation, me, dragged around, insulted, maybe worked up, where I eventually lose my cool. Like you like it.
What Jesse's doing, he's asking about where it is in physical reality, when all you're talking about is apparent locations and optics, and you specifically said and drop citations, about how it differs, different effects over different distances, and and he just acts confused. Like, well, still, what about the fog and where the laser hits in the fog and where it's at in real life, bro? What are you talking, bro? You just like trying to get out of his bullshit with confusion. Maybe he is confused. I'll give him that. No, but bro, just try and listen a little more, man. And it's pretty obvious, what is
I get what he
Austin's
wants
claim
is
is.
like, well, I understand that he wants an equation, and that would be the least reasonable thing that he's saying or requesting. I mean, that's fine, but I've explained to him that the studies have shown that visual space is significantly more complicated than one equation you can apply to everything equally.
I'll
And
give
it's
him an
like,
equation.
what the like? Why not just acknowledge that? Why? I'd be like, oh, can I see the papers? Yeah, sure. Here they are.
You
I don't.
want an equation 6 inches per mile squared, approximately. I'd say that's fairly close to
7.
optics
7.
in reality. Nah,
Yeah,
6, man. 6.
I took 36 measurements to a mountain peak, and it's 7.
But your mountain peak is a liar. All the shit I did to I mean, well, so you're equating yacht globe refraction to be about 1/8, and it's more like about 1/6. So it's kind of in between what I'm saying and you're saying. I think like 6.5 if I'm to be technical.
Well, so if it weren't for if visual space were not curved but were rather linear, then I would point the pipe straight parallel to the glowing green path of the laser and straight at the top of the building, right?
Well, even if you're using optics, bro, you're gonna start the pipe straight, right? And then it's gonna start angling down the further you go optically. So you're gonna see the pipe angling down in the distance, just like you're gonna see the laser going through the pipe angling down, and it's gonna converge at the building that's the farthest away. So it's gonna be angled down the most, bro.
If
I know you understand that.
if I put the pipe on the laser on top of the building at 21 miles away, I'm gonna have to lower it from the actual distance above my head that the building is. This is common sense. Now, the debate would be, I don't think it can be negative, and here's my equation, blah, blah, blah. And what's so interesting is you can't actually offer tangible evidence for a laser that we can view from 20, 21, 22 miles away. Because when we see them, those are magic lasers that are bending around the curve. So
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jesse a question. So Jesse, if I shine a laser, and just think of your aquarium or whatever, and it's bending down into the distance, or even in the fish tank. If it's refracting downward, how are we seeing that laser? We're seeing it lower at the other end, right?
Higher.
No, we're seeing it curve down, bro. We're literally watching it curve downward. We see that it's lower. Okay. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that we see the light curving down lower?
Well,
you like to leave out real world fucking just simple demonstration.
From the side view, it is definitely curving down. But for the observer who doesn't see it till it reaches him, he will see the light sources being higher. I'm not sure what
Okay,
your
at what
question is.
point? At what point, if I have an orthogonal view and I'm completely to the side, I'm seeing it curve down. Now I start to go from orthogonal to right behind it. So are you telling me at some point it's going to appear straight? It would have to before it would start appearing higher. It would appear level. So if I go to get behind the laser, I start off at the side of the fish tank, and I work my way from the same height. I work my way around to behind the laser. At some point, at what point is it going to be level? It's got to go past level to appear higher, right?
Are you talking about the height that it hits the target at, or the apparent angle to the observer looking straight at the laser?
Just talking about the light we see. We're looking at it sideways, and the streak we see is curving down. We see it lower, and now we start to from the same elevation. We work our way from the side to behind the laser. Whatever side, pick a side. And at what point would it be level? Like at 45 degrees or 10 degrees or anyway, I'm being facetious. You don't got to answer that. It's never going to look level. It's going to appear to be curving down, period, from any angle. Maybe a little less, maybe depending on your perspective, but we're going to see it curving down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'll post you a picture. There you go.
We know it's good. Jesse is I have side picture like that too, and I drew out like that too. But if you put an obstruction there in the middle, it drives the point home, right? Because even though that light's bending down into his eye, you're going to see the wall and you're going to see the light above it. So.
Hey, who did that? Who did that laser? That's not real, man. If you shine up in a aquarium with sugar water, that's not what you get.
Let me tell you a little bit about.
Even if you shine level, that's not really what you get. You got to just slightly angle it down a teeny bit to get that bending effect. You got to tiny go down just a smidge, but that's not real. What you're showing is CGI, bro.
Have you tried it?
No, but I paid it. I got the stuff to do it.
But
I haven't done it. But I need to buy the sugar. But
you
hold
can
on.
use salt too. You can use salt.
Yeah, I heard, but I'm going to use sugar. But hold on. Are you telling me that will you show me the video that came from?
Oh, I took a screenshot from someone else's video, but I have my own videos of my own fish tank that shows similar stuff. You want to see that?
So you've showed it angling upwards and then curving downwards.
Yes. Not nearly that
Okay,
sharp.
can you show me that?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, would you say that what you're showing might be CGI?
No.
Possibly. Okay,
No.
well then show me the video it came from, please.
But why would you think that it would do anything different depending on where you're pointing the laser?
I've never seen it do that.
If it's bending down, it's good. I know, but I'm asking you though, not about if you've seen it, but based on the principle, if the light's bending down just because you're pointing it up, wouldn't it be bending down even if you were pointing it down? It would just bend further down.
Well, that was part of my confusion about it all. Like I never did see anybody be able to do that. I was looking specifically for that, and I wasn't able to find that. If he found it, I'm interested to see. I want to see the video. I want to know the guy's setup, because what I noticed is even when he shined the laser straight, the couple videos I watched, even when he shines the laser straight, it doesn't hardly do that. Nothing noticeable. And then when you angle it down just a tiny bit, then it starts to bend. And I've seen a couple videos like that were CGI, and that's why I want to see the video to double check and see if that was one of them.
I'm still looking for the actual. Oh, I think I found it.
Okay. What is that? An orange laser?
No, it's a green laser.
What? A green laser? Oh, that's different. I'm talking about the first one you showed, the orange one.
Yeah, why are you showing something that's not analogous?
Here, I think I got it. I think I found the right one, Brian. Yep.
Just in case, I guess the Glovers don't understand this concept here, I made you a cartoon so you guys can get it.
There, that's the very one I took that screenshot from. Wait, you've got the apparent size at 6 feet?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you understand the concept?
I don't know what you're trying to.
Okay, look.
I think you can do it.
Hey, if you watch that video, when he's not hitting the side of the tank, when he's just shining straight on, the laser goes straight. Will you agree with that at least? When he shines it to the side, at the side of the tank, then you get that upwards appearance. Or when he shines it down and he bounces it. But when he's shining it straight, it appears straight.
No, you need to know something about chemistry. Certain soluble things like sugar, which dissolve in water, have what's called a saturation point. You can only dissolve so much.
It bends down every time.
And beyond that, you can't dissolve anymore. So what happens
Everybody's
is
at the bottom of the tank.
the bottom is at 100% saturation, so it cannot absorb any more sugar. So it's a homogeneous density in the very bottom. It's at saturation. So there's no gradient in the bottom. So that's why the laser is straight in the bottom. And then it's mostly fresh water on the top. So there's not much gradient at the top. So that's why it's mostly straight at the top. But the gradient is a band in the middle. And when it's in that, then it bends, regardless of the angle that it enters from the side.
Okay, how come Mick West wasn't able to shine his light and make it curve around the little hump he put at the bottom? Why did he have to go off to the side of it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I want to see somebody bend the laser around an actual hump, like Mick West. In
Okay,
his
hold on.
example with the green
Let me get
laser,
you.
he had to go off to the side. It looked like it, but when I slowed it down and enlarged it, it was the laser beams off to the side. And I was wondering, why would he have to do that?
I got a video. I did that myself with my own fish tank. I'll
All right,
get you a video.
Yeah, I'd like. All right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. In the picture that Jesse posted with the orange laser and the eyeball he drew, like if there was an obstruction there in the middle, it would be you're looking to see, right, Brian? Because I mean that's just the same idea. Just there's no obstruction there to for it to be hopping over.
Look how he's angling that orange laser. He's hitting this other side of the tank, literally. And look, there it is, straight, and it's going straight. And then he angles it down a little bit, and then it bends down. Are you saying that it's at the bottom, it's more of an effect? Jesse, you saying like at the bottom of the fish tank where there's more sugar is more of a bending effect?
No, at the very bottom, a lot of I don't know which video you're looking at now. I posted a couple links, but if the laser beam is straight when it's in the bottom, then that means it's no gradient